This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A map circulated by the Wilderness Society claims that vast swaths of western public land, including nearly 15 million acres in Wyoming, could go up for sale based on language in a bill currently before a U.S. Senate committee. The map was released in response to a measure before the U.S. Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee, which is intended to be included in the Budget Reconciliation Bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. But Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that the bill would not lead to a free-for-all selling off of millions of acres of public land. But the Wilderness Society stands by its report, which it says is based on the language of the bill.
Our Republican representative Harriet Hageman said that's an inaccurate representation. What could potentially go for sale is just a small fraction of that. I talked to a Wyoming attorney who confirmed that no way it's going to entail anything anywhere near 14 million acres. Hageman is saying we're looking only at lands that wouldn't have much public value except maybe perhaps to provide some more housing in places like Jackson where they need a lot of new housing.
Hunters are also up in arms over potential federal public land sales included in the Senate budget bill. Prominent groups like the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and the Boone and Crockett Club all blasted the proposal, saying the land sales wouldn't do hunters any favors.
I talked to two very prominent hunters, one in Wyoming and one in Montana, both of which really don't like this idea. They say either you're going to cut off access to areas where we like to hunt, or you're going to sell off parcels of public land that are at the entrance to millions of acres behind it and will be cut off from that. And then there's also been several organizations, a pretty broad and wide spectrum of hunters and hunting groups are saying, we don't like this. We don't want to see our land sold in this manner.
However, Wyoming's neighbors to the north aren't concerned about the sale of public lands. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Republican Steve Daines, Montana's senior senator, carved out an exemption for his state.
Daines is saying, look, we're going to get an exemption. Montana's public lands won't be up for sale. And this will allow Daines to kind of have it both ways and the delegation to have it both ways. They can appease their colleague, Senator Lee from Utah, who's really pushing hard on this, and the president's agenda to get this bill passed, and they can cover themselves politically in Montana, or so they think. But this has really erupted a big bunch of chatter online and different groups coming out and making their opinions known, including Wild Montana, who I spoke to today. They said they think Daines might still be trying to get the whole public lands thing taken out of the bill entirely, but we'll see.
Supporters say the land sales could clear a path for much-needed affordable housing developments in western communities. But the Wilderness Society map shows nearly all of the Bridger-Teton National Forest could potentially be sold, as well as a huge chunk of the Bighorn Mountain Range in northern Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A Wyoming land expert with deep ranching roots has been tapped for a position with the Bureau of Land Management as the Trump administration weighs contentious proposals to sell public land. Brenda Yunkin has been named a senior advisor to the Bureau of Land Management. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that her appointment comes at a time when the potential sale of public lands in Wyoming and other western states has become a lightning rod.
She's widely known across the state for her work on land use issues. In fact, in 2015, the Wyoming legislature tapped her to do a study on what it would look like if 25 million acres of federal lands were transferred to Wyoming. She is the expert on this topic, and having someone like her at the BLM as they're talking about transferring these lands, I mean, Democrats and Republicans alike are pleased with it. They're glad to have someone from Wyoming with that kind of experience.
Senator Mike Garreau said he has a lot of questions about the current push to transfer or sell federal lands, excluding land in Montana, which has an exemption. He said Youngkin's direct knowledge of Wyoming and the West is an asset for everyone in the state. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
It's a Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Thursday, June 19th, Juneteenth for some of us, right? I still don't have a good grasp of what Juneteenth is. But it is Thursday, and that means Jen Coker's with us. Jen, I'm running like 5 minutes behind. I'm going to drink coffee while you take over.
Oh, no.
Any topic, just jump right in, man. Yeah,
I run 5 minutes behind on a permanent status.
Yeah, which is the new current is 5 minutes behind for Jen and me now. Yeah, I hear you. I saw Legacy Lodge in the news from a Claire story. That's regarding the other death. It's a shame we have to talk about the Legacy Lodge and point out which death are we talking about?
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, and that was Rhonda Parker, and she was the one who died of an overdose, and it's still there's still no arrest in that death.
Yeah, that's a tricky one because when people are of an age, they sometimes don't wake up. But there were things happening before that, you know, she was complaining of this and that, and she was doing things she didn't normally do, like eat or not eat. And yeah, there were chances to see things in hindsight, but you know, hindsight's easy.
Well, yeah, and I had access. Well, everybody has access to the health reports that the state does for these incidents, and so I saw it was pretty astounding at the level of suffering that Rhonda Parker went through, and to the point where she was just like, "I am so sick, I am so sick," and it got to the point where the housekeeper sat there at her side and prayed with her. I mean, the housekeeper quit what she was doing to sit with this woman because the nurse wasn't responding to her. So I'm not surprised to see a lawsuit, having read kind of that report, and that's interviews with the employees, and the state they have no legal arm, but they just document all these incidents.
66-year-old Rhonda Parker, woke up or didn't wake up at 4 something in the morning, was found unresponsive in her bed, tramadol overdose. And yeah, looking at the nurse in charge, who maybe not, didn't do enough, took vital signs occasionally, didn't find anything really wrong, but something was obviously wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I talked to a former employee who wasn't on duty that night, but was aware of the incident and said that she was pretty astounded by the level of care shown by that it was a contract traveling nurse.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel for the family, the deceased. Also, I feel for the job of being a nurse, especially at an assistant living center where, man, you're dealing with people in the, later stages of their life. They got probably many ailments. And I'm sure often they say, this hurts, that hurts, this feels funny. And after a while, yes, it becomes probably numbing for the caregiver, like overwhelmingly numbing. And you might miss something where some sharp-eyed rookie might have a little more care or notice something that you've become sort of glazed over to. I could see a lot of things happening, but yeah, it's just unfortunate. Rhonda Parker, 66-year-old. That's a lawsuit yet, or where are we with that? Yeah, it is a lawsuit.
Yeah, Claire covered that, and I believe they filed yesterday.
So yeah, we heard about the other death. That was a death by exposure. Somebody walking out of the facility was just not missed. Come on. And this overdose, no charges filed, as Jen says, but lawsuit filed. Claire McFarland has that story. Jen's story concerns this judge who says he's not going to overturn Wyoming's first fentanyl manslaughter conviction. Convicting somebody of manslaughter possible if you sell or give somebody fentanyl?
Yeah, this is the real sticky point. It depends on who you ask.
Oh.
Because there is a specific statute involving drug overdoses, but it's only for minors. So there's no statute on the books that says if you give drugs to an adult and they die, then you can charge that particular crime. However, manslaughter is nebulous. It just refers to reckless behavior that leads to the death of others, and there's involuntary and voluntary, but it's so in Park County, former deputy county attorney Jack Hatfield determined it was manslaughter, and it was charged, and Anthony Fuentes did take the plea deal, and he got 15 to 20 years. And afterwards he said, no, actually, I didn't. I got terrible advice from my attorney, and I wouldn't have taken that plea deal had I known that manslaughter was this nebulous charge. I would have taken it to trial.
But at trial, risking even a bigger sentence, right, than the 15 to 20, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. So he was trying to say that his lawyer was incompetent, basically, and did not provide adequate services. However, the judge said, wait a minute, you were looking at 60 years.
Right.
And she was able to get the bigger charge, which was conspiracy of delivery, dropped, and that was 40 years. So he was looking at 60 years, and in turn, he got a third of that at 15 to 20. And Judge Simpson was the sentencing judge on that, and he did sentence. He had the option to sentence 0 to 20, and he took 15 to 20.
Here are the players. Park County District Judge Bill Simpson, who did reject the plea, did reject the argument from a new lawyer now that Anthony Fuentes has. He's the 38-year-old who is convicted of selling fentanyl-laced pills to Jordan Jackson, the 25-year-old who had the overdose death. Jackson, I think, thought he was taking OxyContin, which has become kind of the drug of choice to abuse, the prescription drug. But with fentanyl in it, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, it goes down, Fuentes said initially that he got the pills in Denver and brought them back. You don't know what you're taking. You have no idea. And that's what the DEA has been warning of for years. Yeah.
Fentanyl could be in anything. I don't like when people, I just don't like appeals because nothing ever seems to be final or over. You can't trust any. It's sort of like watching football and you're seeing a touchdown, and before you can get excited about it, you got to wait to see if there's any flags on the ground. Then you got to wait to see it reviewed from 18 different camera angles. And Not that I'd be cheering over a conviction here, but man, everything you can appeal to no end. And now you can appeal your own plea deal. Like, this isn't a judge or a jury saying you're guilty. This is you saying, yeah, I'm kind of guilty. I mean, your plea, the Alfred plea, I'm not, Clara's up on exactly what that is, but it's sort of like a no contest. It's, yeah, you probably got enough there to make me guilty, so I'm going to take the deal. So you take the deal, but now you got a chance for another deal. You don't like the deal. You didn't like your attorney, Christina Sherney, and you want another deal.
Yeah, in the appeals process, that's when I turned to Claire, and I'm like, Claire, what do I need to know?
Right.
And Claire said, well, the appeal, the blah, blah, blah.
And you're like, slow down, Claire.
Yeah, and she just loves this stuff, and so she gets all excited about the tears, and I'm like, hey, you have to slow down for me, Claire.
Yeah, she gets it. She knows.
She gets it and loves it, and I love her passion for that.
Yeah. So, he would have never taken the deal had he known. Meanwhile, the judge is like, well, if there was no deal, you're looking at, 3 times what you got. So why don't you like that deal? And then, hanging in the balance, it's weird when you're the first test case, so to speak, the precedent. And whether, fentanyl charges, whether you can be tried for any kind of murder, tried for the death of someone, whether it's manslaughter or what. So you got some novelty there that it gives lawyers, I think, wiggle room. And they certainly want to try to expose that anyway. So he's lawyered up again with a new lawyer. And it's, legislatively, they've attempted to expand that drug-induced homicide to adults and haven't been able to get it over yet. So we'll see if that's on the docket for next session. Yeah. Well, I mean, none of it brings back Jackson, the 25-year-old, and Jordan Jackson. And yeah, none of it solves the fentanyl issue, which is, man, if there wasn't demand, it's like the same thing with ivory. If there wasn't a demand for ivory, you wouldn't have elephants getting slaughtered. So then what do? Do you guard the elephants 24/7 with machine gun, security, or do you just get to the heart of the matter and somehow eliminate a demand for ivory, somehow eliminate a demand for drugs?
Yeah, and I read recently, I don't know where it was, but a a cartel leader was saying, hey, you guys, this would stop in a minute if you guys stopped using our products.
Yeah. Didn't the first lady try to do that? Just say no.
Yeah, and I think it absolutely spectacularly backfired.
It just didn't work, man, because everybody says yes. Well, not everybody.
Says, you
and I are.
We say no.
Yeah.
Because we don't have time, Jake. We do not have time to use drugs.
No. And if I did, it would be a drug to build to make me be able to go through more time, like Red Bull. That'd be the only drug I might be interested in. I've never had a Red Bull.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Really?
My little sister is like, do not touch Red Bull. No.
Oh, wow. I had somebody who half convinced me the other day because of the coffee. I mean, caffeine is not effective. I'm starting to get immune to it. So and someone said, oh, 1 Red Bull and you'll be zooming.
Yeah, don't do it.
But that's sort of the rhetoric of a dealer, isn't it? Oh, one of these.
They're trying to hook you, Jake. They're trying to hook you. Yeah, don't do it. My little sister was passionate about this, and she's just like, and especially don't mix it with vodka, because that's like the drink of young people.
Yeah, definitely. I heard that. Yeah. I heard tell of that.
Yeah, don't do it, Jake. Don't fall prey.
Okay, well then maybe I won't, because I'm on a stretch here where I got this gig, and then I got a wedding to DJ tonight. And I got this gig tomorrow, and I got a wedding to DJ Friday, and then I got another wedding on Saturday. And by then, I'm going to be jonesing for a Red Bull.
You might be, but you're a DJ. I would love to hire you as a DJ. I bet you'd be so fun.
Yeah.
But what are you doing? Who gets married on a Thursday? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it is. Everything's cheaper for one thing. If you're bargain shopping, it's not necessarily people bargain shopping either. It's if your heart is intent on getting married in Jackson Hole and you haven't thought about that 3 years ago, forget it. The Saturdays are gone. Most Fridays are gone.
So Jackson's big for destination weddings? Is that what you're telling me?
Big. Oh. Nobody's from here who gets married here. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a huge industry. And your venue will cost half. Your catering, your cake, your photography, everything will cost about half if you get married on a non-Saturday.
Oh, good to know. If I'm ever foolish enough to get married.
Do it on a Monday. They'll pay you to get married. And
That's a good idea.
I have Monday weddings too. Yeah, it's just works out better. All right. Well, yeah, that'll do it for us. Stay off Red Bull. Say no to fentanyl, kids, and hopefully, yeah.
You have a good weekend, Jake, and hang in there. No Red Bull. Don't do it.
I probably won't do it. Actually, that was very influential because I was close to trying it, and you talked me down.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jen. I won't.
I'm here for you, Jake.
Okay, you be my lifeline. If I have to call you like Saturday at 4 a.m, I'm thinking of the rip, and you don't let me do it.
Give me a call.
Thanks, Jen.
You take care.
Jen Coker joins us on the Cowboy State Daily, and she's got a story about that Fuentes who, he wanted another try at the whole fentanyl manslaughter conviction, and the judge says no. Is it over? We'll see. The Gray Bull man is the first person in Wyoming convicted of manslaughter for selling fentanyl-laced drugs. And the judge said no new trial. Let's take a quick break. Get Greg Johnson in here.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Let's add to this morning's discussion. Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. Nobody knows more about news than Greg. Seriously, if I needed a trivia partner and it concerned current affairs, current news, like Greg, you and I would crush it, because whether it's Wyoming news or even national news, like, we're two guys that are always up on it, whatever's happening. You are.
I wouldn't say that. I get so busy doing stuff a lot of times I can't.
That you might miss
around.
I don't know. You might miss a few things here and there, but between us, we'd be undefeated in trivia. Trivia coming up later with Abby, by the way. We're going to ask her stuff about board games. Easy questions for you and I, Greg, but for Abby, it might be difficult. What color is the house in Monopoly when you want to buy houses?
They're green.
Yeah. You watch. Abby either will get that wrong or spend 25 seconds thinking about the answer.
You sure she's not Googling?
She might be. I warned her that that's not fair. She could be Googling. You're right. You know, it's going to be darn near 100 in Ruritan today, as they say it, if you're from Ruritan.
Yeah, they deserve it.
Yeah, Riverton's
I'm just kidding.
Riverton's going to be 98 today. Golly. That's pretty warm. Yeah.
Wow, that is. I tell you, I just can't get over this news about the Lakers selling to the Dodgers owner.
Is that a done deal? Did that happen?
They're entering into the agreement.
Ooh.
Sell majority ownership of the Lakers to the owner of the Dodgers at a valuation of about $10 billion.
Yeah. LA Lakers, I mean, maybe the Knicks would be higher value, but that's got to be the most valuable franchise in basketball, money-wise, I would think. Wow.
Yeah. But, I mean, you think about it, the Nuggets and the same owner, I forget his name now, the guy who owns the Nuggets also owns the Avalanche. He owns a professional soccer team in Denver too. He's married to a Walton.
Oh,
he's married to one of the one of the Walmart.
That helps. Yeah,
people.
I saw, and one of them lives here, right? Christy Walton. And I saw she's been critical of MAGA and Trump, which is surprising. Usually rich people are Republican. Christy Walton, yeah, she lives.
I don't know. Is that surprising for people who live there?
No. But people with money and means who live here don't really live here. I mean, they live here for tax purposes, etc. Or this is just one of, 5, 6, 8 residences.
Yeah, my fourth residence is up there.
Yeah, something like that. All the news in Wyoming.
Just a second, though.
Yes.
I'm just now looking at this headline on ESPN. Yanks finally score. Otherwise sputter.
Yeah.
Straight loss. But they finally score.
I told
That's
you.
the headline, that the Yankees finally scored.
Yeah. I told you.
I would expect that to say Rockies finally score.
Mm-hmm. We have traded places. It's Trading Places, the movie in baseball. Colorado Rockies, New York Yankees have traded places. Yankees played 2 games, didn't score a run. Finally scored a couple last night, but still lost. 6 straight now. Ugh. And the Rockies have become the Yankees. It's not fair.
It's probably, yeah, I don't think it's quite that.
It's aggravating.
I think the Rockies are the Rockies, and they'll come down. Well, I mean, the Rockies have won 4 straight.
That's what, yeah.
So they won 4 straight, and they are 17-57.
Well, the fortunes of these 2 teams have turned in opposite directions almost on the same day. No, it's very odd. And I don't like it. I don't like to be caught in this upside down world where right is wrong, wrong is right, winning is losing, and the Yankees are not good. That makes no sense. And the Rockies are.
Yeah, they're still, well, yeah, they're getting close. Tampa Bay is getting close to them. Only a game and a half back.
Tampa Bay doesn't even have a stadium. I mean, they're playing baseball in some high school park in some sandlot. Seriously, like the max capacity is a couple thousand, 12,000 or something. They're a joke. All right. But the big news is not Yankees, Rockies, or the Dodgers, or the Lakers sale. The big news is, are we going to sell off all this public land? Everybody is talking about it. What is actually in the bill? We got assurances, sort of like don't worry assurances from Congresswoman Harriet Hageman that no, we're not going to just sell off all the forest. We're just looking at select BLM parcels maybe that might work. Yet others are saying this is wholesale, pay for the national debt with our children's future. The feds are trying.
It's become such a political thing, and both sides of it are making it political. They're both. I think they're both going to extremes. The Wilderness Society puts out this map that says, here's all the land that can be sold, but basically what the map shows is all the federal land.
Right.
So, I mean, you look at the map, and on it is like the entire Bridger Teton National Forest.
Right.
Are they really going to just up us? Who wants to buy the Bridger Teton National Forest?
Right.
That and the those who are support selling the public land, saying, look, we're not looking at selling the Grand Canyon. We're not looking at doing that stuff. We're looking to sell areas that are they can be used for, that some places can use for housing. We're looking to sell off some of these little undesirable enclaves and things that nobody knows what to do with anyway. And it's probably somewhere, it's probably somewhere in the middle. Is it only going to be just a little blip that nobody even notices, or is it going to be that more people are going to be able to, privately acquire some of this land, and then it can cut off access and stuff for people? That's a possibility. So the hunters are concerned about that. It's probably somewhere in the middle. When you get the extremes, and then you have, the Republicans are saying it's for affordable housing and possibly to pay down some debt, and then those against it are saying they want it to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. It's just it's nuts how it's gone. it's just kind of exploded as far as the rhetoric that's going around about it, because it's really it's really neither. It's but there are a lot of people who are not fans of, this is public land. There are other ways besides, what they're proposing to sell out public lands and stuff. We saw it with the Kelly parcel. We see it with a lot of other ways, a lot of other things. So, it's if there's more of it available and more of it not going to be public anymore, that's something to think about, because it's once it's gone, it's not we only sell it and then we get it back. It's you sell it and it's gone.
Yeah, many have made that statement. God's not making any more land. Yeah, there's a lot of questions, and Tom Lubnow brings a lot of the questions up that are on a lot of our minds. A great article from him. Check out our columnist. I tried to get Tom on today or tomorrow, but he's traveling. He's not able to get on. But a fantastic column that he has, his latest opinion piece. Sale of our public lands brings more questions and then answers. True. He wants to know a lot of things. Where would the money be going? First and foremost, what are the lands? Tom Lubnow's quote is perfect. My understanding of the public land sale proposals is they are so vague with so many unanswered questions. At this point, I can't get behind risking Wyoming's way of life to pay the bills for the United States. Great line, great quote.
And that's the thing too. If that's the purpose, we need to pay down the debt and everything like that. Well, why is it the West's problem to do that? Why is it? I mean, you look at it; it's only public land in the West.
Well, that's
Montana doesn't have to do it; they're exempt.
Yeah, Montana.
So why is it our problem to pay down the national debt when most of the people live not here? Why is it Nevada's problem? Why is it Idaho's? Why does the West have to foot that bill?
Because federal lands exist primarily west of the Mississippi in great supply. I mean, you just don't find them.
Yeah, but they're public lands, and they're in our states. There are lands, there are assets here in the state.
Yeah,
so, that's. I mean, I think that's a sentiment a lot of people have.
Definitely. The carve out Montana was able to work kind of behind the scenes, thanks to Daines, is weird. Like,
Well, Daines worked on it, but I think it was at first was in the House version from Zinke, and I mean maybe they had a little advantage there because Zinke is a former Secretary of the Interior, and maybe had a little bit of knowledge there on, hey, here's how we can get this. Here's how we can do this. Here's the playbook.
Could be. Yep. Could be. But you're right. What we have in the headlines and what we're seeing from all sides of the argument is the rhetoric, the dialogue is extreme. And we've learned that's how you argue things now. We learned it from politicians that you got to be totally extreme. So you have to put up a map of all federal lands and say, this is what's at stake, when that may not be the case. In fact, Congresswoman Hageman said, hold on, that's map is misinformed. But you'll see headlines like, China could purchase Old Faithful and bulldoze it and make poppy fields out of it, by the time we're done. You'll see sensationalism that's the new way to argue your point. But it is the topic of the day, whether public lands, federal public lands could be sold and to who? Rich billionaires?
Well, it definitely could be
foreign
because
nations.
That's what's in it. Just how much, where.
Yeah,
that's the thing. And Hageman says vast swaths won't be sold, but is that outlined in the bill?
Yeah,
that's.
Is that just her understanding from something we don't know, or is that written down? We need to see that in writing.
Well, and there's an application process too. It's not just it's automatically on the thing. Someone can't just come in and say, you know what, I'm buying Grand Teton.
Yeah.
You have no choice but to sell it to me. I can't imagine that's what it would be. Is that all of a sudden it's all on the market, no matter what it's going. I can't imagine that's what it is.
Right.
But Lubnow is right. There's some vagueness to it, and that's I think the Wilderness Society is pointing out with its map is like, look, it's all there. It can all be up for grabs.
Right.
Whether that's going to happen is probably unlikely.
Yeah, the Wilderness Society represents the argument that be careful what your federal government is doing in order to get themselves out of debt. They're selling your legacy. They're selling your hunting grounds.
Yeah, it seems a little far. I mean, there's a lot of cutting and everything with Doge, and do we need to sell all these lands too? I mean, that's one thing. I mean, this is the public land. It belongs to the people. Having it not belong to the people anymore is a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. And what would that disposal of the land look like? Would it go up to auction, available to the highest bidder, which could be, private interest, foreign interest? Or would some of the land revert to state ownership? And then some states are saying, we want it, but we kind of don't want it. Then states would be on the hook for instance, wildfires. Suppose Wyoming got the Bridger Teton National Forest.
I don't think it would revert to states because they're looking to sell it to raise money. So states aren't going to buy it.
Right.
There aren't any states out there that are going to actually pony up money and buy this land. A lot of them have been pushing for, hey, you should just give it to us because it's in our state.
Yeah.
Utah has done that. So, yeah, I don't think you're going to see states buying it, and it would probably have to be that that bidding process, where and then you have to set up, what is there some commission, some committee that reviews all these things, and how many committees do you need or whatever? Because do you need one for each state or something? Because there'll be so many of those little parcels up, you can't possibly have one group of people handling all the bids for all of them if there's a bunch.
Right. And then, of course, the question that really concerns everybody in Jackson Hole is what real estate agency gets the listing? Sotheby's would love it. Christie's, whoever. Can you make any sense of this murder in Cheyenne? Man, there's people that come up with a story of how it went down Friday night, and then there's a different story, and there's lies, and we got one dead. We know that, an 18-year-old. We got a 19-year-old in custody, and that's about the only things we know. Man, this story is
it's just a mess. Reading through the affidavit in there, the suspect, claimed he wasn't home at the time. Yet the surveillance camera on a neighbor's house shows him coming and going a couple of times.
Right.
He said, I was at my dad's, and his dad said, well, yeah, he did come over, but it was at this time, which would have been, he called basically at a minute after the guy, the 911 call was made. So it was more like, okay, you went over afterward. And
Right.
then one of the roommates, someone in the house said, yeah, he came home at this time, but I don't know if he was there because I was sleeping and I was woken up by the shooting. And then later she admitted, yeah, I lied. I wasn't asleep. I was in the kitchen. And she heard the shot and then said she saw the suspect standing there holding the gun. That's a little different than being asleep. And
yeah.
And then the guy who was there drinking with them said it was his gun. And at first said the suspect, he saw the suspect shoot him. And then he said, or no, I didn't. And so it's just a mess. And in the meantime, yeah, there's an 18-year-old who got shot in the head with a 45 and is dead.
Yeah, there's.
So, I mean, I feel for the officers. It's like watching those videos of people, trying to lie their way out of stuff.
Yeah. And law enforcement's seen it all before. They're just probably shaking their heads like, the guy's like, well, I was, the 19-year-old says, I was working a job down in Colorado when this happened. And then they show him the video surveillance. Well, who's this then? Oh, yeah. Well, the story. There's whiskey, beer, and a 45 laying on the table in a trailer park, mobile home kind of thing. And then it gets all Jerry Springer. It's just stupid, crazy stuff. All right, we got a break here. What are you doing, Greg?
I got to take off, but
all right, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, definitely. All right, have a great Thursday, Greg Johnson.
Well, you too.
Gonna zoom out of here. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure? I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, you know? When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
We're back in studio here on Juneteenth on a Thursday, Cowboy State Daily Show. News of the day, obviously, news of the week, really, has been this part of the big, beautiful bill, right? A portion of it. This is budget reconciliation bill before the U.S. Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. That's chaired by Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee. Some say Lee is all about selling off federal public land. That's the claim. There's also this side piece to the story about proposal to sell federal land, which could include national forests, will not include national parks, from what I understand. But what people understand is very vague. Tom Lupnow said, "I'd like to know more. This is just too vague for me." I think the American people who don't have the time, the wherewithal, or the means to read this entire Senate budget bill don't know what's in it. So we trust our elected leaders to read the thing and tell us what's in it. Are we really selling off the Bridger Teton National Forest, or are we really going to sell the Bighorn? A lot of extreme rhetoric right now and a lot of unknowns about what's in the bill. Let's start with what Congresswoman Harriet Hageman says. Hageman I was hoping to get her on today, but she is just slammed. I mean, the House, she's in the House representing Wyoming, of course, in D.C., and I think the House has its own votes coming up regarding the crypto bill. She's really busy back in Washington, D.C., so just couldn't carve out time for us. But Congresswoman Hageman counters the claims from Wilderness Society. Wilderness Society is a group that's concerned with public lands and Americans having access to their public federal lands. They're not the only group, but they're one. They represent everybody who is nervous about taking away public lands. That's where we go to hike. That's where we go to hunt. We don't want it to be privately owned and see a bunch of fences go up around the Grand Teton. Oh, I was going to climb the Grand today, but look, they've fenced it off. Somebody bought it. That kind of thing. Now, that's an extreme example, but it's what I'm saying. Whether it's the Grand Teton or Old Faithful, obviously those things are not going to be sold to, let's say, North Korea. Oh, North Korea bought Old Faithful and closed it to Americans. That's the extreme example, but still, it's the same argument. Places you have enjoyed historically, your favorite fishing pond, your favorite stream to your favorite river to go river raft on, your whatever it is, public lands. All of a sudden now you find out some other nation, some private fat cat rich person now owns it and they've closed it off to everybody. That is certainly a concern. And Wilderness Society's come up with a map that they say shows nearly 15 million acres of public land that could potentially be sold if this Senate budget bill passes. And the map shows startlingly a lot of land in Wyoming. BLM lands eligible for sale. And more scary, I think, U.S. Forest Service lands for sale, which includes, in the map anyway, National Forest, the Bridger Teton, a lot of land up there in the Bighorn Mountains. Medicine Bow National Forest, gone, could be sold. Now, countering is, of course, Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. She told the Cowboy State Daily that's not the case. That map is not accurate. That's not what we're talking about in the bill. She has read the bill. And she said even if it passes, only a tiny fraction of federal lands in Wyoming might go up for sale. That's the quote from Hageman. She said these would be mostly parcels in or near communities that could be used for housing development. She gives an example. I'm trying to find it. She said, here's a hypothetical example. Congresswoman Hageman says, if a new light industrial business set up shop in, let's say, Powell, on a 40-acre section of BLM land adjacent to town, it could be sold to a private entity, she said. Then housing could be built there to accommodate the influx of employees. She finds small examples of the ways this could work. There's BLM holdings within many towns. She said there's BLM holdings, for instance, in downtown Las Vegas that could be sold. Small parcels of BLM or Forest Service land. That's the intent. Lands that Congresswoman Hageman says don't have much value for outdoor recreation and could serve better public purposes, particularly for affordable housing. Meanwhile, Wyoming attorney Ryan Semerad, who has handled public land access cases, said regardless of the size and location of the parcels in question, the Senate bill could include lands that many Wyomingites enjoy and sets a bad precedent of viewing public land as a source of quick income for the federal government. Everybody knows our federal government is further and further and further in debt. And every second we spend talking on this show, every minute, look, that last minute just passed, we went, another $1 million in debt. I don't know what it is by the second. Tom Lubnow had some numbers in his article that were pretty discouraging if you're somebody who likes to be fiscally responsible, which apparently our federal government doesn't really care too much about. According to the U.S. debt clock, I guess I could go look this up on the interwebs. U.S. national debt clock is at $35.9 trillion right now. Let's check that. That's what it was when Tom Lubnow wrote a very good opinion piece, by the way. You got to read that. And we're going to run out of time long before the top of the hour. So we'll have to pick up this thought. I just went to the website, and yes, the U.S. national debt just keeps going and going and going. Per citizen, we're each $107,000 in debt if you do per citizen. But U.S. national debt, yes, $36.997 trillion in debt. Wow. And always moving, always trending down. The federal government's DOGE efforts to cut the debt have saved $521 billion, or $4,646,000 per taxpayer. So in other words, a drop in the bucket compared to how fast we're going in the wrong direction. That could be the main incentive behind selling public land right there, is to get out of debt. Certainly looks like that's a big part of the equation anyway. We'll talk more on this. There's a lot to discuss when it comes to selling public land, that's for sure. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Top of the hour break coming.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled Wednesday that Tennessee's ban on gender change treatments for kids is constitutional. As far as federal court challenges go, the 6-3 split ruling bodes well for Wyoming's ban, which is worded similarly. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that, like the Tennessee law, it bans cross-sex surgeries, puberty blockers, and cross-sex hormones for kids.
And so I was watching, like, this probably dictates how Wyoming's ban would fare in a federal court setting where it was sued, in an equal protection 14th Amendment context. And the High Court basically said this ban is about age and medical diagnoses. It's not about whether things are fairer for boys than they are for girls. That was the majority ruling. Now, the dissent was like, absolutely not. How can saying that little boys can get testosterone and little girls cannot not be sex discrimination?
However, the High Court's opinion doesn't answer the question of whether Wyoming's ban fits with the state constitution, and that avenue remains open for legal challenge. Conflicting witness statements are complicating the case against a 19-year-old man facing a second-degree murder charge in the shooting death of another teen Friday at a mobile home park just south of Cheyenne. Nathan Paff's murder charge was announced by the Laramie County Sheriff's Office Monday afternoon. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Paff reportedly had a disagreement with 18-year-old Ryan Snow, after which Snow was shot and did not survive.
Various witnesses giving conflicted statements and just outright lying and then admitting that they lied. One said she's a roommate. She said that she was at home asleep and was woken up by the gunshot, and then later in an interview admitted that she had lied to detectives before and said, actually, I was in the kitchen washing the sink. And then she turned around and allegedly saw Paff holding the gun. And then even a friend who was over drinking told two different stories to police about what happened. But what did happen was Ryan Snow was shot in the head and he died, and somebody pulled that trigger.
A preliminary hearing in the case has been set for June 27th. Federal cuts have terminated a nearly $50 million federal carbon capture grant for work at Gillette's Dry Fork Station power plant. The canceled project would have built one of the world's largest carbon capture systems, capable of capturing emissions equivalent to 35,000 gasoline-powered cars. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that investors and partners in the project remain committed to developing this technology.
Wyoming's been a pioneer in this process, this technology of carbon capture. The idea that you have a coal-fired or a gas-fired power plant or any other source that has fossil fuels emitting CO2. And for the last 20 years, Wyoming has invested in technologies and research centers and a facility up in Gillette where they're really learning what are the best technologies that can capture CO2, prevent it from going to the atmosphere, and then turn it into a commodity that you can use for things like enhanced oil recovery.
John Wright, Chief Technology Officer at TDA Research, expressed disappointment about the canceled grant, but said that international interest in carbon capture technology remains strong. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The daughter of a Gillette Assisted Living Center patient who died from an opioid overdose in late November sued the institution Wednesday, along with the Campbell County Hospital District that oversees it, a nurse, and a hiring agency. Christina Jones' lawsuit makes wrongful death claims on behalf of her late mother. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 66-year-old Rhonda Parker died after a tramadol overdose November 29th at the Legacy Living and Rehabilitation Center.
It's an opioid often used in round-the-clock pain treatments. And according to the complaint, she had 7 times the therapeutic limit of it in her blood.
Weeks after Parker's death, an 88-year-old memory care patient wandered outside the Legacy building and died. 57-year-old Bernard Hale was charged in the patient's freezing death, and his trial is set for August. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown. Okay. We'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back on a Thursday, June 19. We're going to do a little bit of this day in history in a moment. I want to pick up, though, our thoughts on that proposed public land sale. It is the hot topic of the day and really the week. We've been talking about it. Tom Lubnau's opinion piece really will get you caught up on the issue, I think. It may not answer everything because Tom admits there is not enough answers yet. But if you're not up to speed on what's going on, I think his opinion piece is a good place to start. Check it out at cowboystatedaily.com. Look for the opinion menus. Go to the menu section, look for opinions, and then find one of our regular columnists, Tom Lubnau, former legislator in Wyoming. So he's been to Cheyenne. He understands the political issues. Also a lawyer, understands that kind of thing. Tom Lubnau begins his opinion piece talking about the U.S. debt clock. Well, what's that got to do with land sales? Maybe everything. And that's intentional, I think, why Tom Lubnau started there. His first sentence is, according to the U.S. debt clock, at the writing of this column, U.S. national debt is $35.9 trillion. Which is true. I think by the end of this show, according to how fast I'm watching it tick, we could be at 36 trillion. That's how fast federal government is going in debt. Tom Lubnau starts his opinion piece with that sentence, and it's very intentional because he then compares what Doge has done, and he said, still with the Doge efforts, there has been much wailing and gnashing of teeth after those efforts. As painful as they were, they're a drop in the bucket. They're barely making a blip on the national debt. We cannot live without the $521 billion in programs that have been cut. Some say $521 billion cut is, amounts to very little when you're in the face of $35.9 trillion. Given that you're probably not looking at tax hikes to cut into the debt, that's not likely given the political climate, Tom Lubnow says. So what's the answer? Maybe Republican Senator Mike Lee from Utah, who has proposed this piece of legislation that would sell 2.2 to 3.3 million acres of land. 11 states would be eligible to sell land, all of those in the West, from Alaska and Arizona to Idaho, Utah, Washington, Wyoming. The only exemption is Montana, who somehow have created their own carve-out. Montana's not even mentioned in this land sale bill. No lands in Montana are being talked about, whether BLM or federal or Forest Service lands. Apparently, that was the clever work of Danes up there in Montana, creating some kind of deal, some kind of backdoor deal. David Madison has more about that, by the way. If you want to figure out why there's a Montana exemption, David Madison has a great story. It may include, and it may center around Representative Ryan Zinke, former Interior Secretary, who knows his way around D.C. and how that works. It might be the work of Republican Senator Steve Daines, the state's senior senator. Whoever and whatever it was a severe backlash, intense public backlash in Montana regarding this. And the next thing you know, Montana is exempt from this whole public land sale thing. Weird. Lubnow thought it was weird. He said, I have a lot of questions. Called it a backdoor deal, how Montana is exempt. Land subject to mining leases, grazing leases, by the way, are not eligible. So ranchers and mines are probably protected. But Tom Lubnow does wonder, what does it mean for hunters and fishermen? And Lubnow speculates it means that if you don't have the dough, you don't get to go. He has lots of questions, not many answers. What land is going to be nominated? How would those nominations work? What kind of time frame and what kind of public process would be involved? What would an appeals process look like? And more interestingly, Lubnow speculates, why do the lifestyles of 11 Western states have to bear the burden of paying national debt created by the other 39 states as well? Good question. Greg Johnson posed that just moments ago. Why does Wyoming have to cover for the feds being in debt? Where would the money go? Tom Lubnow wants to know. If we did sell the Bridger Teton National Forest and it sold it to Russia, let's say, where would that money go? Would it buy affordable housing? Would it pay off the national debt? He has a lot of questions, and I think the American people definitely have a lot of questions. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, in a story by the Cowboy State Daily written by Mark Hines, trying to quell some of the concerns, saying this would not be large swaths of land. This would not take away your national forest. This would be smaller parcels of BLM land where it could be convenient to build housing. But still, the worry is there. Mark Hines says more about what's going on with this whole thing. It wouldn't be a free-for-all sale, or would it? Where would the money go? And why is this even stuck in the bill? What's the whole thing going on? Mark Hines talks to our own Wendy Core.
A map circulated by the Wilderness Society claims that vast swaths of western public land, including nearly 15 million acres in Wyoming, could go up for sale based on language in a bill currently before a U.S. Senate committee. The map was released in response to a measure before the U.S. Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee, which is intended to be included in the Budget Reconciliation Bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. But Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that the bill would not lead to a free-for-all selling off of millions of acres of public land. However, the Wilderness Society stands by its report, which it says is based on the language of the bill.
Our Republican representative Harriet Hageman said that's an inaccurate representation. What could potentially go for sale is just a small fraction of that. I talked to a Wyoming attorney who confirmed that no way it's going to entail anything anywhere near 14 million acres. Hageman is saying we're looking only at lands that wouldn't have much public value except maybe perhaps to provide some more housing in places like Jackson where they need a lot of new housing.
Yeah, so many questions. That's one story that's from Mark Hines because it concerns the great outdoors, concerns land. Mark also has a follow-up story regarding how the proposal plays with hunters and fishermen and folks who are interested in still accessing public lands, especially out west, especially in Wyoming. And it's not playing well, as you can imagine. Prominent groups like the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Wyoming's Muley Fanatic Foundation, the Boone and Crockett Club, all blasted this proposal. Nobody from those walks of life are too excited about it. The proposed sale process in the Budget Reconciliation Bill, chaired by Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee, who reports are that Lee, at least according to the Wilderness Society, they say Lee is all about selling public land. Yeah, but we'll have to see exactly. I would love to know the exact wording in that bill. I would love to know how Montana wiggled their way out of it. The Montana exemption was worked out supposedly by Montana's congressional delegation, including Ryan Zinke, former Interior Secretary. So obviously having that gig at one time, he knows how it works, probably able to share invaluable advice. Zinke stated, "I do not support the widespread sale or transfer of public lands. Once the land is sold, we'll never get it back." Zinke said God isn't creating more land. Republican Senator Steve Daines, senior senator of Montana, said similar and was able to, I guess, work a carve-out. Montana is not mentioned in the list of states where federal land, whether it's Forest Service or BLM, could be sold. Very interesting how they dodged that bullet. Anyway, a lot there, and it is the topic of the day, the topic of the week, really. It's big news, huge implications, obviously, for Wyoming. Don Day, our weather guy, is going to be on here in a moment, and he's going to tell us just how warm we're going to be across the state. Casper, you're going to be around 93 today, sunshine, but windy. In fact, it's going to be breezy to gusty across the state. Riverton, Sunny, breezy, with highs near 98. I don't know if the breeze will be one of those hot breezes that doesn't cool you off at all, but 98 degrees. Yeah, let's get Don in here and find out just who's going to be hot and how hot and all that business. Don, you're really cooking up a warm day for us across the Cowboy State. It looks like Riverton's the winner with a 98 and just 2 degrees from triple digits. But it's going to be breezy to windy to gusty across Wyoming as well, though.
Blast furnace. It's going to be a little bit of a blast furnace here over the next 3 days, for sure. The hottest days of the summer. I mean, tomorrow, it's still officially spring today, but summer starts sometime tomorrow morning, at least astronomically speaking. And the heat will sync up with that very well. But we are also going to see this big swing to much cooler weather in the west and north by Sunday. In fact, as early as Saturday night, temperatures will start to fall in the far north and the far west. So, yes, we've got a heat wave, but at the same time, we're going to see the pendulum just go the opposite way. The whole state will be much cooler by Monday and Tuesday.
Interesting. Yeah, I heard Saturday overnight low Saturday night in some remote areas, especially at elevation, freezing or below freezing.
Yeah. Pretty sure we're going to see some snowflakes in Yellowstone Park, the Beartooth, maybe the Tetons. That is a real possibility. Now, will it be a lot? No. But it is going to be rather a chilly experience for tourists up in Yellowstone and Teton National Park this weekend, especially on Sunday.
Now, how does it get? The best way our limited minds can understand weather, by that I mean my limited mind, how can this cold front get in here if all this warm air had such a hard time making it? It was knocking on the door. Finally, we're getting it blasted in here. How is this cold front just going to shove all that out of the way and muscle its way in so easily?
One reason why it's going to get so hot is because of the cold front. Because as these systems move, think of a front like kind of like a broom. And so what it's doing is it's pushing the air from the deserts into here ahead of it. So as systems move, they move air masses around. So this is the thing that I always tell people about Wyoming is that we live in a part of North America to where we experience 5 or 6 different air masses, and not many other places in the country have this, to where 1 minute we're getting air literally right out of Arizona and the deserts of Southern California. Then the next day, we're getting air coming right out of the Gulf of Alaska. So you're looking at this switch of air masses, and that's why our weather is so changeable and highly variable here. If the wind starts coming from the east, well, we start bringing air masses in from the plains. If it comes from the due north, it's coming from the Arctic. So we're positioned uniquely on the map, so to speak, to have these swings in the weather as systems come through.
That does create a very good visual. That's interesting, and I can see that now as these large air masses jockey for a position to be the, I want to take up residence here. That does create the wind between them as well. That's why Wyoming's always
Wyoming is like a weather interstate. Yeah. It's like, well, we'll just go through Wyoming. Okay, I'm going to come through. We're going to go that way. So that's really, I think, a good way to kind of describe why. And this is why we have such fun weather. Some people may not call it fun. I do.
Yeah, I get that. That's completely understandable. Interesting. Thanks, Don. We'll see you. Yeah, we will see you tomorrow. We got a Friday, right?
I'll be here.
We'll check in one more time Friday just to see how low can you go with the temps. About the opposite of how high we can go today. Thanks, buddy. Have a good Thursday. Dante, day weather forecast. Yeah, that's interesting. Wyoming is the interstate of weather. I like that. Let's take a quick break here and be back with, I'm not sure what. We might go with this day in history, maybe. We'll see. It'll be a surprise. Coming right back at the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
I was just emailing our automotive expert for the show. Cowboy State Daily Show has on retainer, on call, an automotive expert. His name is Aaron Turpin, and he's super smart about all things automotive. And there's always a reason we need him in the discussion, it seems, because just about all of us drive. We're a mobile nation, right? Mobile society. We all got to drive here and there. Nobody wants to surrender their vehicle for a bike. Come on, this is America. And we got to get places. We got places to be. So always the topic of, vehicles, motor vehicles is super important, and you should just have Aaron on regularly. I mean, seriously, maybe I'll ask him if he'll just come on once a week, because I want to talk to him particularly about these foreign jobs, as they say. This Japanese truck that's all the rage. I mean, it's not like this thing's outselling the Ford pickup, but this Japanese truck called the K truck is getting real popular. The headline read, and it's a 2-line headline because there's not enough space. I'm reading this from Popular Mechanics. And the headline reads, Japan's K-truck explodes. And then the next line comes in. But just from that first line, I mean, talk about clickbait. I'm like, what? Japanese trucks are exploding? Why? And the rest of the story, the rest of the headline is Japanese K-truck explodes in popularity outside of Japan. And people in the U.S. really, really, really want this Japanese K-truck. Some, apparently many, gaining in popularity. The mighty Japanese K-truck. It's sort of a mini truck. Popular Mechanics, the subhead is, this truck is stealing hearts across the country, but it's still illegal in 19 states and the U.S. Why is that? Is this truck really all that? And so many more questions we can ask Aaron Turpin. So I just reached out. That's the reason I was late coming back from break. I said, Aaron, can you come on and talk about this Japanese K-truck? He's probably driven one. You watch. He test drives vehicles for all kinds of auto manufacturers. I bet he's driven one. I think I might have driven one also, by the way. Just throwing that out there. But it's cool. So I thought, let's ask Aaron about foreign-made vehicles. How do they get into the U.S.? How do we buy one? If we want to buy this Japanese truck, how do we buy a Fiat? They make those in Italy, right? I mean, how do you buy foreign vehicles? And who's the best foreign vehicles? German automakers? I mean, is anybody better than them? The Italians are known for having fancy vehicles that seem to break down a lot. Yeah, man, there's so much to talk to Aaron about. We'll have to get him on the show. Here's another crazy, weird headline I was reading. This from Science Alert, whatever they are, some online. I mean, I'm hoping it's real news and not fake news. Jess Cockerell wrote this story just yesterday and posted it June 18th in Science Alert. The headline says, fish suffer up to 22 minutes of intense pain when taken out of the water. And suddenly every angler is probably got a reaction. You always hear the debate that, fish don't feel pain. They don't have no brain, so they can't feel pain. No pain, no brain. No brain, no pain. But scientists, I guess, have been able to figure out, they were testing some rainbow trout, by the way, and they were able to measure and figure out the fish do suffer pain when they're out of the water. For instance, they can't breathe. Oh, after reading this, you're not going to want to fish. I feel terrible. This article doesn't so much concern catch and release fishermen who obviously in the process of taking the hook out of their mouth and putting them back, they're out of the water for a while and they're squiggling and they're apparently in intense pain. This story more concerns fish you intend to keep and eat and whether the practice should be to just throw them in the boat and let them flop around till they die, because they could suffer up to 25 minutes of intense pain as they asphyxiate. Ooh, that could taint the fish meat, by the way, this suffering. You should stun them. You should conk them out, according to this story. Somehow kill them humanely and quickly. But also, I would assume the same goes for the catch and release. The time the fish spends out of the water, here's what's happening. And it sounds terrible. Just 5 seconds of air exposure triggers a neurochemical response that could be associated with, for instance, in humans, with negative emotions in ourselves. Behaviors like vigorous twisting and turning further demonstrate an intense aversion reaction the fish goes through. The fish not flopping around because it's fun. It's flopping around because it's suffering intensely, says the story. Without water, the delicate gill structures that exchange oxygen for carbon dioxide begin sticking together, causing CO2 from respiration to accumulate. These rising levels trigger nociception, which is the body's alarm system, basically, causes the fish to start gasping. Eventually, elevated CO2 levels acidify the animal's blood, and in the cerebrospinal fluid, resulting in unconsciousness. Eventually, this could happen anywhere between 2 and 25 minutes. During this time, according to some kind of strobes that were connected to these fish in the study, they could suffer intense pain. They do suffer intense pain. Brain scans have found the effectiveness of electrical stunning can help ease the pain and kill the fish quicker. But yeah, fish have brains and fish feel pain. Story in Science Alert. Fish suffer up to 22 minutes of intense pain when taken out of the water. And suddenly, my urge to fish this afternoon has been curtailed. Good comment, good feedback from our text line. By the way, anytime you want to jump into the conversation, add your 2 cents. We'll be glad to have it. 2 cents adds up. Pretty soon we'll have enough to pay off the national debt. 2 cents at a time. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Join the conversation. We get a text from one of our regulars saying a warning about the whole land sale thing, whether the federal government says, well, we just want to sell off a few BLM parcels here and there to build you housing and pay off a little bit of the national debt. One of our listeners chimes in, says, if you crack the door open for the feds, they will eventually kick it down. Edward Abbey is stirring in his grave somewhere. Yeah, I hear you. There is some truth to that argument. The NRA, that's the NRA's favorite argument on why you can't let the federal government ban so-called assault rifles, because they will come after your BB gun next. They won't stop there. The feds will begin with things that sound reasonable. We're going to take that assault weapon from you. You don't need to machine gun down a deer. You don't need to have rocket launchers and stuff like that. That doesn't make sense. Probably the only good that will serve is for the U.S. military and some crazy maniac who wants to bring it to a school. So we're going to ban those, assault rifle ban. Doesn't that sound sensible? And the NRA warns it sounds good, but careful, because they won't stop there. They get the door open a crack, they being your federal government, and they'll come after the next firearm, then the next, and pretty soon our guns are gone. Same kind of argument. We just want this 4-acre BLM parcel that's doing nothing. It's just sitting there growing weeds. We'd like to grow some housing on it. They take that. Next thing you know, they've sold Yellowstone. We just want to sell some of Yellowstone. The part there's no bison on, no bear. Nobody uses this part. And then the next, then we get further into, we're going to sell Old Faithful now. We got an offer we just can't refuse from the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah, it is. It's a worry. It's a concern. And old Edward Abbey is him and his monkey wrench gang. They were always concerned with that. Let me get to this day in history. Usually I do it with some music, but I guess we won't. Because we do have Jackie Dorothy, I think, coming up. Jackie, yeah. This is Jackie Dorothy Day, Thursday. 1858 this day, John Osborne was born in Westport, New York, in case you were wondering. Osborne was the third governor of Wyoming after Wyoming Territory attained statehood in 1890. Third governor of Wyoming, John Osborne, born in Westport, New York. 1868, Belgian Jesuit missionary Pierre-Jean de Smet. You know that last name if you live up in the Buffalo area. De Smet, this dude had a fascinating life, and there's kept really good journals, thorough. If you want to learn about the American West, in particular Wyoming, he got around a lot, not just Wyoming. De Smet went all around the American West. He really had a wanderlust to travel and, of course, a heart to serve and trying to win over. He spent a lot of his time as a missionary trying to win over Native Americans. And they respected him for the most part. One of the few white men that was universally respected. Sitting Bull and the Sioux Nation, they were pretty friendly with the man they called Father De Smet. De Smet met with Sitting Bull on this day in history in Montana, acting on the request of the U.S. government, who needed some intervention, some help. Obviously, Sitting Bull, the Sioux Nation, this is during, Red Cloud Wars and a time of great unrest. 1868, the U.S. government reached out to De Smet and said, hey, you're friends with these Indians. Can't you talk to them? So De Smet did. On this day, 1868, sat down with Sitting Bull in Montana on this day. Lake De Smet, named for Father De Smet up there outside of Buffalo. This day, 1886, the cornerstone was laid at the Union Pacific Depot in Cheyenne. In 1890, on this day, downtown Carbon was destroyed in a fire. Carbon, Wyoming. Father's Day, celebrated for the first time ever on this day, 1910, Spokane, Washington, Father's Day. 1916, orders were given in Wyoming for the War Department to mobilize 2 battalions of the Wyoming National Guard for border service. Was this day, 1916, the troops departed for the Mexican border on September 28th. Big solar eclipse took place on June 19th in 1917. 1948, the U.S. reinstitutes conscription, presumably after learning from World War II that they may need to just grab soldiers whenever they could. This day in 1953, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were put to death in the electric chair. Ouch. I sort of remember what they were guilty of. Didn't they? They kidnapped, they were a nasty married pair. And I wonder if they were electrocuted together. Oh, they were spies. That's right. Married couple convicted of spying for the Soviet Union. Were they? They were put to death, electric chair, on this day, and I wonder if it was like a dual electrocution. It looks like it was, June 19th, 1953, alongside her husband Julius at Sing Sing in Ossining, New York. Dual, so it's like double the electricity was needed. It was so gruesome. This day, 1954, Senator Lester Hunt committed suicide. Tragedy came about after his 20-year-old son was arrested for soliciting services from a male prostitute. 1996, Mammoth, Wyoming, Obsidian Cliff designated as a national historic landmark. All these things happen on this day, June 19th. We'll be right back with Jackie Dorothy into the Zoom room after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Jackie Dorothy joins us. Jackie, I am considering drinking Red Bull, but Jen Coker said don't do it.
Got my coffee.
You just go coffee.
It's convenience store coffee, but they make some good stuff anymore. Those instant coffee grinding machines they got?
Yeah, I didn't like them at first with the one that makes you like one cup, like just and it drips it in. At first, I didn't like them, but then, I'm like, this is as good as anything, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It's better than remember the old days. You go to the gas station and it would be a pot of coffee and it would be drip, drip because it was so thick and it had been sitting there all day.
Right. Yeah. I do gas station coffee, C-store coffee. I do any kind of coffee I can, but I think it's just not working anymore. I think I built up a tolerance and I might have to go to Red Bull's the next step. I mean, short of fentanyl, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It can definitely be dangerous. I've seen the danger in Red Bull. So
Yeah.
I kind of am with Jen. It's like use it in moderation, like any good thing.
Or just don't even begin that habit. Don't crack your first Red Bull or you'll never stop.
Oh, maybe take a walk in the morning in between guests. You could do that. Get some fresh air. Open those windows. It's cold there still in Jackson, isn't it?
Yeah, I got all the windows open. It's cold. It's, in the mornings. Yeah.
I don't know what to advise you. I do like an occasional Red Bull myself.
Oh, so you've done it.
I have.
Okay.
Sugar-free Red Bull. I don't really like all those foo-foo flavors because they kind of, I don't know, after a while they get a little too much. But I've never done it in the morning. Or maybe once. I did it once. I couldn't get my coffee, so I had to do a Red Bull.
Okay, but like late, no, I'm not. I'm gonna stay with coffee in the morning, the regular. Okay, but Red Bull maybe at night when I'm need to keep going. You're saying you haven't felt the need, like it didn't hook you, right? You didn't get hooked on it.
No. But I'm one of those that I can drink coffee all day long and then go to bed.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I can drink a pot of
coffee.
coffee.
Are you a little ADHD? That's the next question.
No, I don't think so.
I hear that's a symptom of it. Is if you drink coffee and it doesn't, it almost normalizes you. You never know.
Oh, I don't think so. I think in my case, it's just I live on the edge of such fatigue that at any given moment, like narcolepsy could happen, I'm down.
Know about this aging stuff. I remember when I was in my 20s and you could just keep going all the time.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, the energy drinks, I think, I don't know, maybe. Jen warned me, you're kind of, be careful. All right.
I've seen people who've overdone it. Let's just say it that way. So I am abundance of over caution. But once in a while, I think it'll be fine.
Okay. What are we talking about, Jackie? We left one story out. I think.
Ed.
What was it now? I can't remember.
I don't know. Because I remember at one point we said we were going to talk about the Wax Museum. I'm pretty sure we talked about that.
Yeah.
It just fascinated me because it came from Jackson, went to Thermopolis, and now is in Riverton. We did have readers that commented that they were glad to know what happened to it because once it disappeared from Jackson, and that would have been at least 20 years ago, if not more. And same thing from Thermopolis.
Yeah, so, I saw people asking, I remember that was in Jackson. What happened to it? Was that even before the Ridleys? We used to have a Ridleys, believe it or not, museum.
I don't know. That is a good question because I really would love to know the original, who had the brains behind this great collection because it really is a superb collection that represents all of Wyoming. And I'm so glad that it's being able to be preserved.
Me too. But we don't. Yeah, I would like to know who had that
history. Someone told me once, like years and years ago, and it was in one ear, out the other, that kind of thing. But
gotta write.
Yeah. So if you do get a chance to stop by Riverton, they will, if they haven't already, they'll be opening their doors. I actually should check and see. But I got a private tour, and I used to do tours with the local schools, and that was fun. Getting the kids engaged in history, seeing these scenes. They're just happy to be out of the classroom.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be filling their brains with Wyoming history.
Yeah, of course. So, Jackson, Thermopolis, now Riverton?
Yep, now in Riverton.
Yeah.
And their future was in doubt for a while. People had different ideas, and they were trying to figure out what to do with them. And ultimately, you got the Wyoming Historical Society is moving their new headquarters there. So they're going to be part of preserving it and opening it to the public. And they have meeting spaces. They have all these great plans. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
This it was just the brainchild of a trapper that needed a place to put his traps and his mounts. And then it just continued to grow.
The photos are super cool. You took these with your private tour you got, and
Yes.
yeah, it's really neat.
They really are, and they're very historically accurate. I like it because some of the stories may be a little off, and so they're going back and they're switching it up. You even have tribal members that are on the board that are making sure that the stories get told correctly, and that's always been one of my things. Is you can go back in history, and the person that told the story might have told it from their point of view, and it might have been correct in their head. But when you look at all points of view, I think you get a better rounded story.
Good point. And this is good, certainly for adults, but I'm thinking kids that, maybe don't read, don't like to read, or don't really retain and learn that way. Kids all can, when they see stuff, the visual of it is really going to bring to life history. This is just tailor-made for kids and for field trips.
Yes, I gotta admit that I think one of my favorites, well, it just depends on my mood and what stories are being told in my head. But there's one that's the Mormon handcarts. And I remember hearing about these from descendants of those pioneers. And you look at those handcarts and you realize what they were doing and pulling those across the prairie. Oh my gosh.
That was crazy. Yeah, when you look and see it or like actually happen, you're like, are you kidding
And there
me?
it is at this wax museum full size, and you get it really gives you that appreciation of what they did.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad the museum has a new home, any kind of a home. I think it predates me when I arrived in Jackson, 1997. Ridley's was here, but I think it took the space of what was that wax museum.
That makes sense because we used to come to Thermopolis, not for the hot springs, but for the wax museum. They had a wax museum, a teddy bear museum, and this guy had his whole train collection just taking up the basement, and we loved it. My favorite, and this is the nerd in me, was the barbed wire collection.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was talking to a guy, again, I don't have the names, but I was talking to a guy that knew the guy that actually put those together. They collected the barbed wire, labeled them all, and he says it's one of those things people used to go out and collect barbed wire off the fences. I had no idea.
And the uses for them, like, using barbed wire to communicate like a telegraph. I've heard of that. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I had not heard of that, but I have my own little collection and I love it because they have the dates on there and it's for all of them are from the 1800s. I got it when I was at Longmire days. I kept passing by this lady and she had the display and she said, "You're the only lady that's looking at it. It's all these other guys." And so she gave me a really good deal because she said that she was tired of people just looking at it and not grabbing it. And that's one of my prize collections, a barbed wire collection. Who would have thought?
That's
but it's
weird.
In Wyoming.
Yeah, like most kids go for like Legos or Barbies. For Jackie, it's barbed wire.
Barbed wire.
Of course.
Yeah. My dream in life was to own barbed wire.
And so many of Jackie's passionate historical moments begin with, I was talking to a guy whose grandfather knew a guy who once said that you got the greatest history story of all time.
Oh, I will give you a tease of what's coming up this weekend.
Yeah.
So I was in Meeteetse, and I was actually trying to get the story about the meatpacking plant. Yep. This cow dog comes out of nowhere and bites me. And it's one of those days.
Okay.
Yes. And so I was like, well, this isn't working out today. So I'll go over to the museum. And at the museum, they have this picture of this Wyoming cowboy. He's a rancher. He used to be a Yellowstone park ranger. And he had gone to the Arctic to lasso 3 types of animals, a muskox, a polar bear, and a walrus. And I'll just tell you, he succeeded with 2 of those.
Oh, I bet the walrus is hard.
Oh, it was. He said that he had to do, he actually went after a young calf, and he was glad he didn't do the bull.
Yeah, they seem slippery, and there's not a lot to really get a rope around definitively. That's crazy. When's that? Are we going to look for that for the weekend?
Yes. I'm wrapping that up, making sure I get some good pictures. It's a great story. I mean, who would have thought? A Wyoming cowboy in the Arctic.
Yes.
1926.
And who would have thought a story born by a cow dog biting the rider, biting a journalist?
One of those where it's like, oh, it didn't really hurt. But then I got home and it's like, wow, that's a big bruise. Didn't break the skin, but man, I took one for the team, Jake.
Well, I'm sorry you had to go through that, but look what it gave us. A fascinating story that would have been lost, maybe.
Who knows?
Thanks, Jackie.
All right, we'll talk later.
Looking forward to that story about roping critters and yeah, that's crazy. Jackie Dorothy checks in on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Juneteenth, kind of a Thursday. We got a break, top of the hour break coming up. I did finish this day in history. Yeah, but still more to come. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning routine. It's great to have you there.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A map circulated by the Wilderness Society claims that vast swaths of western public land, including nearly 15 million acres in Wyoming, could go up for sale based on language in a bill currently before a U.S. Senate committee. The map was released in response to a measure before the U.S. Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee, which is intended to be included in the Budget Reconciliation Bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. But Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that the bill would not lead to a free-for-all selling off of millions of acres of public land. But the Wilderness Society stands by its report, which it says is based on the language of the bill.
Our Republican representative Harriet Hageman said that's an inaccurate representation. What could potentially go for sale is just a small fraction of that. I talked to a Wyoming attorney who confirmed that no way it's going to entail anything anywhere near 14 million acres. Hageman is saying we're looking only at lands that wouldn't have much public value except maybe perhaps to provide some more housing in places like Jackson where they need a lot of new housing.
Hunters are also up in arms over potential federal public land sales included in the Senate budget bill. Prominent groups like the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and the Boone and Crockett Club all blasted the proposal, saying the land sales wouldn't do hunters any favors.
I talked to two very prominent hunters, one in Wyoming and one in Montana, both of which really don't like this idea. They say either you're going to cut off access to areas where we like to hunt, or you're going to sell off parcels of public land that are at the entrance to millions of acres behind it and will be cut off from that. And then there's also been several organizations, a pretty broad and wide spectrum of hunters and hunting groups are saying, we don't like this. We don't want to see our land sold in this manner.
However, Wyoming's neighbors to the north aren't concerned about the sale of public lands. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Republican Steve Daines, Montana's senior senator, carved out an exemption for his state.
Daines is saying, look, we're going to get an exemption. Montana's public lands won't be up for sale. And this will allow Daines to kind of have it both ways and the delegation to have it both ways. They can appease their colleague, Senator Lee from Utah, who's really pushing hard on this and the president's agenda to get this bill passed, and they can cover themselves politically in Montana, or so they think. But this has really erupted a big bunch of chatter online and different groups coming out and making their opinions known, including Wild Montana, who I spoke to today. They said they think Daines might still be trying to get the whole public lands thing taken out of the bill entirely, but we'll see.
Supporters say the land sales could clear a path for much-needed affordable housing developments in western communities. But the Wilderness Society map shows nearly all of the Bridger-Teton National Forest could potentially be sold, as well as a huge chunk of the Bighorn Mountain Range in northern Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A Wyoming land expert with deep ranching roots has been tapped for a position with the Bureau of Land Management as the Trump administration weighs contentious proposals to sell public land. Brenda Youngkin has been named a senior advisor to the Bureau of Land Management. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that her appointment comes at a time when the potential sale of public lands in Wyoming and other western states has become a lightning rod.
She's widely known across the state for her work on land use issues. In fact, in 2015, the Wyoming legislature tapped her to do a study on what it would look like if 25 million acres of federal lands were transferred to Wyoming. She is the expert on this topic, and having someone like her at the BLM as they're talking about transferring these lands, I mean, Democrats and Republicans alike are pleased with it. They're glad to have someone from Wyoming with that kind of experience.
Senator Mike Garreau said he has a lot of questions about the current push to transfer or sell federal lands, excluding land in Montana, which has an exemption. He said Youngkin's direct knowledge of Wyoming and the West is an asset for everyone in the state. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Good to have you along. Hoping to have Mark Hines pop in here to talk about his big story of the day, too. In fact, both concerning the potential sale of public land. Meanwhile, let's waste some time with this. Let's waste some time on the internet. USA Today story says, think again before clicking unsubscribe when you get those spammy emails. I get dozens of them daily. How many of you have more than one email account? And you have one that's kind of like your super serious / secret email account. I have one of those that I try to use for only serious secret stuff. This is not one I give away lightly because I don't want to be spam. When I need to sign up for something and register for something, then I use this other email, which gets spammed all from hell to breakfast, right? To coin the phrase that's currently in vogue. That's how I do it anyway. Let's see how Mark Hines does it. He's a pretty smart guy.
Don't know. Nobody ever accused me of that. Jake.
Now that I've set you up, here's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah.
USA Today says, think again before clicking unsubscribe when you get a spammy email. So it reminded me of getting spam and the fact that I have more than one email account, and one of them I try to keep clean, so to speak, like I don't use it. And then another that I use too when you have to register for something or whatever. Do you do that too? Do you have more than one?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a,
Smart.
Yep, and you're right. One was where all the annoying crap goes.
Yeah. Tons of it. And supposedly you're not supposed to hit unsubscribe because you're doing exactly what the spammers want. That gives them an indication, for one, that you got the email, and it gives them an indication that you are a real person and that you are motivated to click on stuff. So they got you right where they want you when you do that.
Kind of a catch-22.
Yeah. There are other ways apparently to stop the email spam other than unsubscribe, but I haven't read that far. So
okay.
We'll find out.
Clue me in when you find out.
I will. I'm considering you part of the maybe I'll get together a class action lawsuit or something.
Yeah, let's get rich, Jake.
We'll get rich and buy our land back from the federal government. Oh my goodness. This story is huge, Mark. I mean, it's the story of the day, the story of the week. You got one side that says, be careful. The federal government's so in debt, they're willing to sell off anything and everything, all this land. And then the other side is maybe the voice of Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, who said, no, this bill concerns just smaller BLM parcels, maybe. So what's going on? There's a lot there.
Well, I think you summed it up, Jake. Some folks, like the Congresswoman, have a fair amount of confidence in the bill that it will do they will function as advertised and maybe get rid of some parcels that supposedly nobody wants, and create space for things like housing or economic development and whatnot. And then other people are saying, no, if you look at the text of that bill, it's too vague, it's too squirrely, and we could end up losing valuable parcels or maybe front parcels that would cut off access to parcels behind them, that sort of thing. Definitely, at least, as we wrote yesterday, the hunting world seems to be adamantly dead set against it. When you got guys like, Randy Newberg. I mean, if you're in the hunting world, you know who he is, and he's publicly come out against it, and his voice carries weight. So, but just everybody from rank and file average Joes up to the big, Boone and Crockett, which is the, that's the big organization. So, but there could be some hunters out there who are for doing this, and if they want to give me a call, that would be great. Get that perspective as well. So, but that's kind of where we're sitting. Is regardless of how you view it, people seem to have strong opinions on this bill one way or the other.
If you were so inclined to really dig in, Mark Hines has a link to the particular subsection, pages 30 through 41, that are, interpret it how you will. Go ahead and read that. But
it's right there, right there in print. So
Congress Hageman interprets it as, just for example, if some outfit wanted to create a business in downtown Powell and it was on BLM parcel, she explains a scenario where it does appear to kind of work to everybody's advantage. The federal government perhaps could be relieve itself of land it doesn't need to be owning forever and ever, as Senator Lummis says. We don't need to be in the business of owning land perpetually, she has said on many occasions. And would the money even go to pay down the debt? Where would the money go? Tom Lubnow, in his opinion column, wonders, where would the money go?
There's some questions about that. And there's also, one of the arguments people have raised is if the BLM and or the Forest Service needs to ditch, so-called unwanted parcels, there's already mechanisms in place to do that. So that's another argument on the con side, is people are saying this whole thing's redundant. Why create a new law or a new mechanism when we already have a way of doing that? Because as you and I know, the federal government has always done land trades and a few sales here and there. But apparently this bill is, jumping back over to the pro side. It's just a way to streamline the process. So again, make of that what you will.
Yeah. And then, if there isn't enough questions with no answers, this whole Montana carve out, I know that's not your story. David Madison's our Montana guy, but that's kind of weird how they're exempt from this.
That's interesting, because again, Randy Newberg that I mentioned previously, he lives in Montana. But he's concerned because he hunts, if you've ever watched his content on YouTube, a lot of his hunts are in Wyoming. He comes down here frequently to hunt, as well as other states that would be hugely affected. So, but yeah, that is interesting because, I don't know if you've ever lived in Montana. I grew up there, so it's kind of my old stomping grounds. But, I don't know if I was in Montana, if I'd just be sitting thumbing my nose at everybody else, or if I'd want to jump in the middle of this or but I'm not there. I haven't been there for a while, so I can't speak for folks that live up there.
Yeah, I don't know what the flavor is. If they're like, we dodged a bullet, that's not our problem. Or whether you say, well, you open the door a crack and somebody kicks it down. That's just a precedent-setting thing. I don't know. It's weird. And of course, the greatest fear for guys like you and I, it becomes a pay-to-play game. If you don't have federal public land to go hunt and fish on, then who owns it? You watch it get fenced off.
Yeah. Which raises another point. The attorney I spoke with, he said a lot of some people might view some of these smaller parcels that are right outside of town or close to town as useless or not serving a purpose. But he said, that's where the average people who don't have the time or the money to take a 2-week expedition into the thoroughfare, that's where they go to recreate. You hop in your car and 5 minutes later, you're on public land running around, taking your kids for a picnic or maybe going on a little deer hunt or whatever it is that you do. And, I think that's a good point because, like I said, not everybody has the resources to, go deep into the backcountry or really the time. A lot of folks, they've got a day or two. They've got the weekends and that's it. So.
Right. It could be right on the edge of town. It could be a place you go walk the dog on your lunch break. It could be a fishing pond in the afternoon. That's.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of those places where I don't know so much about elk, but deer definitely hang out. There's some of my best deer hunts have been, right near the town I was living in. So. There's something to be said for that.
The little stuff can be a concern. The big stuff, of course, is, China buys Yellowstone and then puts up a fence and says, we're going to make it poppy fields from now on. How about that?
There you go.
It's weird. Good story. Well, now you got to stay on that now. That's become your beat.
It's nuts. Yeah.
Stay with it. Please tell us anything you learn on it because this is concerning for, I think, all Americans, certainly Wyomingites. Yeah. And I will research the whole spam thing for you.
Okay. Let me know.
While you're on that. Yeah. Thanks,
right.
Mark.
Have a good one, Jake.
Yeah, have a great Thursday. Cowboy State Daily, Mark Hines, big story from him. A couple of them. How would this public lands sale, if the feds want to divulge themselves of useless BLM land and federal land in order to get out of debt or for whatever reason, build us housing, who would they sell it to? How would they sell it? What would the process look like? And what lands are we talking about exactly? You can read more. Check it out in his story. Hageman says vast swaths of Wyoming public lands won't be sold. Her interpretation of this bill. You can actually read it, the subsection, pages 30 through 41. There's a link to it in the Cowboy State Daily story. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Thursday. We're going to get into the Zoom room, and for one of those few occasions, doesn't often happen, or maybe it does. I don't know. I might be as surprised as anyone to see who my guest is and learn who my guest is, because maybe my notes are mixed up and who I'm expecting. So help me out here. Who are we talking to? And then I'll scramble to get myself caught up.
Audiobooks.
Ariel Vox. Am I saying it right?
Yes.
Ariel. Okay, I got it. I figured out where I am. Let me introduce you to Ariel Vox, award-winning author, destiny coach, destiny designer. She's from Bulgaria, by the way. Just throw that out there. Living in the UK now. We're going to talk about a book of yours. You've written a few books. I think this is like your third, right?
Yes.
Actually, yesterday I launched a new book. Very excited about this one.
Oh, all right. We got to get to that as well. Ariel Vox, here's the motivation, I think. You tell me for almost everything Ariel does, and she's going to tell you basically, including in the book From Fear to Fears, how to turn failure into success, why you should not be living in fear, and how Ariel had to learn the hard way not to be living in fear. You were not even 2 years old when tragedy, when you were a kid, I mean, you lived your first 40 years of life, you said, in a fear state because of what happened when you were just 1.5 years old walking with your mother. Please tell us what happened. And yeah.
Well, it was a car accident. I literally saw my mom dying on the street. I'm very grateful that she recovered, but she was for 2 months in coma. So you can imagine the impact all this would have had on a child of 1.5 years old. And it literally shaped my reality. I was a very happy child before that. Afterwards, I was a very scared child. And I lost my ability to speak. Then I was stuttering, and fear led my life. Every decision, every major decision of my life was taken with fear. And that's why my pen name, it's not my real name, but it's my pen name, Ariel Vox, and it means the voice of the lion. That's why.
Okay.
Vanetta, what you saw earlier is my real name. It means the flower.
All right. Some things are falling into place. So I could understand how that would shape you and you'd be fearful. Your voice would be stifled. And then, but you did find a way out of that because look at you now, successful author. You sold a business for money, and you're going to teach people how, among other things, to turn failure into success. The book, the latest book, although you say you have a new one out, we'll talk about that in a second. But Say Yes to Success, that's Ariel Vox. Crack the Luck Code, that's Ariel. And this book we're talking about, From Fear to Fears, how to turn failure into success. So you learned how to do it. How? And you're going to share some of those tips with readers?
Everyone can learn how to do it. And I firmly believe that there is one purpose in life and one thing that everybody is here to learn. And it's how to stop fearing, how to live in faith, how to live in strength and in confidence. Because if you think about the plants, the strongest plants live in the most difficult circumstances. The plants that live in good circumstances, they're not strong. They're very easily destroyable. So there is difficulty. Inside your difficulty is your victory. Your challenges are here to reveal your purpose. And actually, if you think about it, surgeons, they don't practice in an airplane. They practice in a surgery. Why? In a hospital. Because they have to face every single challenge so that they can overcome it and they can strive. So pilots train in an airplane. Surgeons, they train in a hospital because you have to face your challenges. Inside your challenge is your victory. In every opportunity, there is a difficulty, but in every difficulty, there is an opportunity.
That starts to make sense. When I see from your book jacket, you talk about stress, and you don't have to live in fear, but you might have to live in stress. In fact, stress could create a better, stronger you. You talk about the plant that can grow through, the sidewalk. It's the strongest plant. Surgeons have to operate under tremendous stress. Stress might not necessarily be a bad thing, right, Ariel?
Well, my thesis is that no stress means no success. It's impossible. If you don't have any stress, you don't have motivation. You're not fighting anything. You're not going anywhere if you're not fighting anything. So if you think about how a plant grows, a plant doesn't grow just straight, doesn't just go to the top. It grows left. It's like hitting an invisible wall. And then it grows grow to the right, and then left and right and left and right, and that's how it grows. So you have to face a challenge, and you hit a challenge, and then you go to the other direction. But that's how you go up.
And that makes sense why in this book, readers are going to learn some things that may be a little counterintuitive, like why unhappiness is the only true way to happiness. It sounds like unhappiness is that thing you're hitting against, and you're like, well, we got to go around that. Is that one of the tips is going to be in this book?
Absolutely. There is a whole chapter about unhappiness and happiness, but actually, when there are people unhappy, they just cover it up. And a wound, if you just cover it up, it doesn't heal. You have to face the wound. The body heals by attacking the wound. Actually, when you cut your finger, the body creates inflammation around the cut. And what hurts, it's not the cut, it's the inflammation. So the body attacks the wound to heal it. But what do we do? I'm unhappy. I go and have a cup of coffee and a cake and go and meet friends. We constantly try to cover up unhappiness. You have to face it, because unhappiness reveals the root of your problem, but also the root of your solution and the root of your purpose. So that's how you discover it. And it's not something that you can achieve just in a day or two or in a month. It's a lifelong battle, but you can have very big victory very quickly as soon as you realize. Like a year ago, I had a feeling like is life happening to me? Is it like an accident? I was wondering at one point, but then I got the confidence that life is happening for my own purpose, for my own development. And if you take it this way, if you believe that everything happening to you is a miracle, and even if something looks bad, it will end up good. Because if you look in your past, everything that you thought was bad, when you look now from today's perspective, it's actually very good, because what you wanted was so much smaller than what you have now. We are holding on to the small things, but actually if you let control go, then you get the bigger things.
We're talking to Ariel Vox, award-winning author and speaker. She'll help you with to achieve your true path, your destiny. It happened to you, so you have these real-life experience. Before you were 2 years old, you and your mother involved in this accident, and for decades you lived controlled by fear, but you learned to overcome that. In fact, turn it into success. Your book, From Fear to Fierce, available now, How to Turn Failure into Success. In this book, you're going to learn plenty of things. For instance, how to break the cycle of negativity. That seems like a helpful step right there. Some people just, negative breeds negative. How do you bust out of that?
Well, I used to work as a manager. I was a manager in a big care home, and we had fire training. And at the fire training, we learned that there is a cycle of fire, and fire has three components. So it's heat, it's oxygen, and it's fuel. And if you cut just one of the components, you don't have to cut all of them, just one, and the fire stops. Like, for example, if you have fuel, for example, you are in a house, there is fire. If you have, that's fuel, and there is heat. But if you stop the oxygen, fire stops immediately. Or if there is oxygen, but you cut the fuel, fire stops immediately. It's exactly the same with negativity. So we have a cycle of thoughts, then feelings, then actions. And it's a cycle. The more negatively you think, the more you're doomsdaying. And it really takes an effort to stop doomsdaying, because it's very easy to slip into negativity. It's effort. It requires effort to go into positivity. But if you make the effort, and if you break just one of them, either your thought or your feeling or your action, you will bring positivity right away. And I have an example. There was one moment I had 3 days of such deep depression. I just felt so low. Everything felt like pointless. And I had to go to the shop. I didn't want to go, but I had to. And on the way there, I met a friend, and I really didn't want to see him. I didn't want to talk with him, but he insisted we go for a coffee, and I just couldn't say no. So I went for the coffee, and I felt like crying. I didn't feel like talking with him. But then after about 20 minutes, I noticed all of this negativity, it just disappeared somewhere. I didn't even realize, I didn't even put effort, but I broke the cycle. And I didn't break it. Actually, God sent me an angel to break my cycle, even though I didn't want to speak with this person. And then I came back home, and on the way back home, I noticed negativity starts building up again. As soon as I entered the house, I was in the negativity again. So I knew what I have to do. I put my running shoes, I went running, and I wrote a song. And the song was happy, cheerful, upbeat song. So the moment you break, it's actually a lot easier than people think. But it's easy to slip into negativity if you make a little effort to break the cycle. It's very easy to go into positivity as well.
It's just one. Sorry.
Bear in mind, you only have a limited amount of energy every day. Like during the day, you have a limited amount of hours. It's exactly the same with energy. Wherever you give your energy, that's what the result of the day will be. And choice is yours, always.
Good advice from the author of several books, Say Yes to Success, Crack the Luck Code, and now this book we're talking about, From Fear to Fierce, How to Turn Failure into Success. Ariel Vox has shared a bunch of tips free of charge from the book, but you'll have to learn the rest. Get on the Amazon, buy the book today, just a few clicks away. Ariel says, by the way, here's a warning maybe, don't expect a peaceful journey reading this book. It'll disrupt everything you know. This won't just be a breezy, easy read. There'll be some rough ride in here, huh?
Yes, absolutely. Comfortable zones, everything that is comfortable. I thought comfort zones are not good, but actually they don't exist. You either grow up or you grow down. There is no middle point where you're just at rest and you do nothing and you're just happy. I know we all want this. Like if I have 10 million and I don't have to work ever, we all want this, but actually it's not good for you. It will not bring you happiness. It will bring you happiness for 3 months, and then afterwards, everything from inside will show up, and then you'll be doubly unhappy. So,
yeah. All right. Well, you did mention there's another book, a new book. We don't even know about this. What's this? I mean, when can we get it, and what is it? What is it about?
It's the book Crack the Luck Code. I'm so excited about this one. So, it happened to me on the 4th of April, 2024. So it's 444. I missed my plane and I was sat at the airport and I'm so annoyed with myself. It's a long story. It's explained in the book exactly why I missed the plane. It was not an accident. And I was thinking, it's the 4th of the 4th of the 4th. There is something here. And I just made a note on my phone because that's what I do because I was annoyed and upset that I missed the plane. So I couldn't give myself to the good positive thoughts. So I left a note on my phone. And a few months later, I'm at the cafe and they always give me a fortune cookie. And I crack the cookie and it says luck. And I'm thinking, suddenly something like sparkles inside my mind. Luck, 4 letters. And actually, what this is about, many times in life, you think something is a question of luck. For example, you go to a job interview and you say, oh, it was not my lucky day. It's not luck. We have 4 different personality types, 4 different personality expressions. And you need to be able to judge the other person because we may say the same thing, but we say it with using a different language. And these 4 personality expressions are very well defined. And the luck code is this is an acronym of 4 animals, which I have created the model in such a way that it's very easy to remember because the animal explains the character. For example, a lion. A lion is a fiery, red supercar type, like a volcano, like when a lion is hungry, it's like a volcano. And I explain this in the book in such a way that you will never forget the 4 personality types. And when you go and speak, like in families, people have different personalities. Sometimes the wife is very bossy, the husband is very laid down, and this causes friction.
Yeah.
Now, reading the book, you understand exactly where the friction comes from, and you will know exactly how to prevent it.
That's the latest book from Ariel Vox, who we're talking to. Crack the Luck Code, How to Change Your Business and Personal Life Using 4 Personality Expressions. Plus the other book we were talking about, From Fear to Fierce, How to Turn Failure into Success. Go online to where you buy books and just type in these titles or type in Ariel Vox. And you'll be off to a whole new and hopefully profitable and prosperous life. Ariel Vox, award-winning author and life coach, motivational speaker. Yeah, thanks for spending time with us, Ariel. Appreciate you being on.
It has been a real pleasure. Thank you so much.
Have a great weekend. Yeah, check out those books. Ariel Vox on Cowboy State Daily. We'll be right back with more after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that. Cowboy.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues as we welcome in Samuel J. Kaiser. He goes by Jay, so we're going to just say Jay Kaiser. Jay is a respected professor, former associate provost at MIT. You might have heard of that place. They got a lot of brains in MIT. He's authored numerous books, scientific publications. He's the editor-in-chief of the journal Linguistic Inquiry. He is, by the way, a talented jazz trombonist, although I don't know when's the last time he has picked up a trombone. I guess we can ask him. One thing we can agree on, he's got a trombone right there. One thing we can agree on, Jay, Tommy Dorsey, man, nobody like him.
Oh, boy, I'll say. I mean, Frank Sinatra used to say that he learned to sing by watching Tommy Dorsey's back. And what he meant by that was that Tommy Dorsey was a master of circular breathing. And the reason why his Getting Sentimental Over You is so incredibly beautiful is that it's as if the whole tune were played on one breath. He's just an amazing musician. Nobody's done it like him.
Yeah, the phrasing that singers used changed. Sinatra's phrasing, learn from Tommy Dorsey's phrasing of stuff and where he breathed. Dorsey, though, his tone, just the tone he got out of that horn is nobody's sounded like that ever since.
I couldn't agree with you more. It was marvelous.
But what we're here to talk about is not necessarily Tommy Dorsey, but we want to talk about music and art, whether that's photographs and paintings. We want to talk about literature, poetry, and we want to talk about repetition. I'll say this again, repetition. I'll say this again, repetition. Your brain... this guy, Jay, is going to tell you your brain actually craves repetition. It likes to hear things repeated. And once that is in your mind, it clicks and you can find it everywhere once you start looking for that. And I think that's what you found, Jay.
That's what I did when I was looking at the arts of poetry, painting, and music, specifically how they use repetition.
That's your book. I mean, that's the premise of your book we're talking about that dropped on May 27th of this year. Play It Again, Sam. Repetition in the Arts, available on MIT Press, of course. Play It Again, Sam. So what did you find, for instance, in music? I think we know in music, we tend to enjoy songs that have like a repeated refrain that we can almost anticipate, a chorus or something. What did you find, how it works in music?
Well, if in order to answer that, let me just begin with just a couple of words about how it works in rhyme and poetry. The point about rhyme in poetry is this. Two words are said to rhyme if they are the same but different. The word ham and ham doesn't rhyme. But ham and spam does. Why? Well, the reason is that the stressed vowel, the am part, everything from the stressed vowel to the end has to be the same. And everything from the stressed vowel to the beginning of the word has to be different. So in ham and spam, what's the same is am, and what's different is the h for ham and the sp for spam. Now, it's interesting that scientists and psychologists have long been interested in this ability to tell whether something is the same or not. And William James, in a famous book that he wrote called Principles of Psychology in 1890, observed that we have the ability to tell when two things are alike. But the ability to tell when two things are alike requires that we also have the ability to tell when two things are different. And these things are hardwired into our brain. We have the ability to tell whether when things are an identical repetition, like ham and ham, and when they are the same except. And in fact, this interest in this difference of the ability to tell whether things are alike goes all the way back to Plato. Even Plato in the Phaedrus there's a dialogue with Socrates who discusses how you tell that two things are alike. Okay, so now having said that, let's go to your question, music. What I'm going to argue is that in music, exactly the same principle that occurs in rhyme occurs in music, the same except principle. So let me give you an example of that. In 1950, Duke Ellington wrote a tune called Satin Doll with Billy Strayhorn. And the Billy Strayhorn Ellington tune was his last major hit, but it became a classic in jazz literature. Anybody who wants to learn how to play jazz has to know Satin Doll. And Satin Doll goes like this. The first two measures are ba-boo-da-boo-da, ba-doo-da, and the second two measures are ba-boo-da-boo-da, ba-doo-da. Now, I'm going to show you that those two measures, the first two measures and the second two measures, rhyme. And I'll show you they rhyme in exactly the same way that ham and spam rhyme. And so that is really what one of the things that I think is important about what I wrote in my book, namely that the same mechanism that you use to build end rhyme in poetry, you use to build melodies in jazz standards. And I could give you examples from classical music, but jazz standards are really, that's my wheelhouse. Okay, so notice this. In musical notation, the notation of a note on a staff contains two kinds of information. It contains pitch information and it contains rhythm information. By the shape of the note, you can tell whether it, not only how it sounds, but how long it has to last. So now let's take those two things apart and let me sing for you again, Satin Doll. The first thing I'm going to sing for you will be the rhythm, and it goes like this: ba ba da ba da, ba do bop, ba ba do boo bop, ba do bop. That's the same. That's the counterpart of am and ham and spam. Now, what's different? Well, you'll notice that in the first measure, the melody goes ba boo da boo da, ba doo da. And in the second measure, it's exactly the same, except it's a little different. It's one step higher on the scale. Ba boo da boo da, ba doo da. Now that relationship is how the first four measures rhyme. And they rhyme because the rhythm is the same, but the pitch is different. Just the way ham and spam rhymes. And I can show you that the same thing happens also in painting. And that's really what was striking, that this ability to tell whether something is the same except enables you to tell a certain kind of repetition, and discovering that repetition gives you pleasure, and artists exploited that because they wanted to put pleasure into their works of art.
Let me ask you, did artists necessarily know they were doing that intentionally? Because, I mean, we hear, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing, but it means everything. If a listener or a viewer can see duplication, replication, repetition, your brain wants that. Did artists know that?
Well, I think the answer to that is probably some did and some didn't. The ones who did were probably the ones who also looked at their art analytically. But the ones who didn't, I think those are the ones who simply went by intuition.
Mm.
But in either case, I wonder, it's interesting you asked that question, because a lot of people do ask that question. But notice that's not a question about the work of art. That's a question about the artist. And I'm not talking about the artist. I'm talking about the work of art. So when you talk about the artist, that's an entirely different field about which I know nothing. And but it's a very interesting field. But when you look at their works of art, it's clear that they were doing the same thing, whatever their level of awareness was.
Right. And this kind of stuff, maybe for artists, it's intuitive because you talked about how it's hardwired. It is truly hardwired when we're talking about the brain's desire or the brain's need to see repetition. It's inherently deep-rooted, programmed. It's scientific. Think about the cells in your body and they split. They're just replicating themselves. This goes really to the core of us, doesn't it?
Repetition is a very, very deep thing in the evolution of life on Earth. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. By the way, before we go on, I got to tell you, the state to the north of you is Montana, right?
Yes.
My daughter lives in Montana.
Oh, wow.
She lives in Superior. She lives on a hill overlooking the Clark Fork River.
Oh.
And that's I talk to her every Sunday, and she goes out onto the porch with a camera and shows me the river and the mountains. It is absolutely gorgeous country. I mean, it's only then that I understood what people meant by big sky. But anyway, I had to tell you that. But let's go back to repetition.
She's just right up the road from us, and yes, we share similar big sky territory.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. So, what else would you like me to? I could give you an example of how it works in painting.
Yeah, now I'm thinking of like Andy Warhol's. Isn't he the one who did the soup can? Or show me how it works in painting.
The soup can is the perfect example. It's exactly the right example. Andy Warhol produced the soup can at the height of abstract expressionism in painting. And that was abstract expressionism was all the rage. People like de Kooning and Pollock, etc. Those were the sort of the superstars of the art world. And along comes Andy Warhol, and he sticks a finger in their eye. I mean, he makes fun of them he paints Campbell soup cans. I mean, what could be more mundane than that?
Right.
As you go into a supermarket, you get a can of soup. He makes that a work of art. Okay. So what he does is he paints 32 of them. He makes them in 4 rows, 8 across. Each Campbell soup can is identical. Each one is absolutely the same as every other one. And that's the same part. That's the bop-a-dop-bop-bop-bop-doop-bop of Duke Ellington. That's the am of ham and spam. Okay, so the Campbell soup can is what's the same. Now, what's different? Can you guess?
I don't know.
In every can of soup, the kind of soup is different.
Oh.
Celery, Scotch broth, noodle, tomato.
Right.
Every single can. He did not make them all the same. He made them the same except. And I claim that same except you pick up on, whether you're aware of it or not. And that's why you look at the thing and you say, geez, I like that.
Good point.
Cool, huh?
That is so weird. We're talking to Jay Kaiser. His book, I'm already fascinated with. We got to get this. Play It Again, Sam. Repetition in Arts explores a theory about why repetition has been so prominent in the arts. And the theory is your brain seeks out and really enjoys when it detects repetition, sameness, and the exceptions to sameness. It's hardwired in your brain. Your brain is doing all these things. Dopamine. I don't know, it's something playing on a scientific level, man. But it is fascinating.
Well, you might. There's a lot of scientific evidence which suggests that there's repetition produces pleasure, and it has nothing to do with art. So, for example, there was a guy by the name of Zayonk was his name, I believe. He was a psychologist. He did a set of experiments in which he described what he called mere exposure. And he showed that mere exposure of something to a subject created, if you do it over and over and over again, you create a kind of affection for that object. And you can sort of consider from the point of view of nature, evolution, why this might be useful. It's a way of getting an infant to bond to the face of a mother.
Oh, yeah.
So if the infant sees the mother's face over and over and over again, then what happens is that there's a bond there. And of course, as far as evolution is concerned, it wants to create that bond because it wants the gene pool of the infant to be, wants the infant to be able to contribute to the gene pool. So it wants to make sure that the infant survives. So what it does is it bonds the infant to the mother, who's principal in getting that infant to survive. Now, what my claim is, I mean, that's a sort of a story about why this happens. It may be wrong, but Zion's observation is hard fact. I mean, he did a number of experiments which showed that to be true. And what my claim is that this use of repetition to for various functions of the human organism to survive was co-opted by artists to produce pleasure in their works of art. So nature laid it down for survival's reasons, and artists grabbed a hold of it to put pleasure. And what's interesting about that is that at the turn of the 20th century, art, painting, and music gave up repetition. And that's why art, music, and poetry sort of became hard. It no longer appealed to the natural predilections of the brain. So music became atonal, which is something that the brain is not hardwired to perceive, whereas
Right.
tonal music, like Satin Doll, everybody gets it. The same thing happened in art. Art before the 20th century was essentially representing the real world. After the 20th century, it became something quite different. Large brushstrokes on a canvas or subtle changes in color and things of that sort, but nothing that you could recognize. And as far as poetry was concerned, it gave up a meter and rhyme, and so poetry turned into something called free verse. And free verse is what poetry is now. And because free verse doesn't appeal to natural predilections of the brain, poets wonder why nobody likes poetry.
This is fascinating stuff. We're talking to Jay Kaiser. He's the author of Play It Again, Sam, Repetition in the Arts. Artists, whether they know it or not, are just doing what science was doing and pleasing the brain using repetition. Once you find it in art, you can't help but find it. You see it everywhere, whether it's in paintings, poems, or music. Jay, thank you so much. We're out of time. We got to bounce here for top of the hour. Appreciate you being on. Have a great weekend.
Thank you for having me. It's great talking to you.
You bet.
Say hello to my daughter if you see her.
I will. I'll shout up north. She's not that far away. We'll be right back after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A map circulated by the Wilderness Society claims that vast swaths of western public land, including nearly 15 million acres in Wyoming, could go up for sale based on language in a bill currently before a U.S. Senate committee. The map was released in response to a measure before the U.S. Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee, which is intended to be included in the Budget Reconciliation Bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. But Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that the bill bill would not lead to a free-for-all selling off of millions of acres of public land, but the Wilderness Society stands by its report, which it says is based on the language of the bill.
Our Republican representative here at Hagman said that's an inaccurate representation. What could potentially go for sale is just a small fraction of that. I talked to a Wyoming attorney who confirmed that no way it's going to entail anything anywhere near 14 million acres. Hagman is saying we're looking only at lands that wouldn't have much public value except maybe perhaps to provide some more housing in places like Jackson where they need a lot of new housing.
Hunters are also up in arms over potential federal public land sales included in the Senate budget bill. Prominent groups like the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and the Boone and Crockett Club all blasted the proposal, saying the land sales wouldn't do hunters any favors.
I talked to two very prominent hunters, one in Wyoming and one in Montana, both of which really don't like this idea. They say either you're going to cut off access to areas where we like to hunt, or you're going to sell off parcels of public land that are at the entrance to millions of acres behind it and will be cut off from that. And then there's also been several organizations, a pretty broad and wide spectrum of hunters and hunting groups are saying, we don't like this. We don't want to see our land sold in this manner.
However, Wyoming's neighbors to the north aren't concerned about the sale of public lands. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Republican Steve Daines, Montana's senior senator, carved out an exemption for his state.
Daines is saying, look, we're going to get an exemption. Montana's public lands won't be up for sale. And this will allow Daines to kind of have it both ways and the delegation to have it both ways. They can appease their colleague, Senator Lee from Utah, who's really pushing hard on this and the president's agenda to get this bill passed, and they can cover themselves politically in Montana, or so they think. But this has really erupted a big bunch of chatter online and different groups coming out and making their opinions known, including Wild Montana, who I spoke to today. They said they think Daines might still be trying to get the whole public lands thing taken out of the bill entirely, but we'll see.
Supporters say the land sales could clear a path for much-needed affordable housing developments in Western communities. But the Wilderness Society map shows nearly all of the Bridger-Teton National Forest could potentially be sold, as well as a huge chunk of the Bighorn Mountain Range in northern Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A Wyoming land expert with deep ranching roots has been tapped for a position with the Bureau of Land Management as the Trump administration weighs contentious proposals to sell public land. Brenda Youngkin has been named a senior advisor to the Bureau of Land Management. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that her appointment comes at a time when the potential sale of public lands in Wyoming and other western states has become a lightning rod.
She's widely known across the state for her work on land use issues. In fact, in 2015, the Wyoming legislature tapped her to do a study on what it would look like if 25 million acres of federal lands were transferred to Wyoming. She is the expert on this topic, and having someone like her at the BLM as they're talking about transferring these lands, I mean, Democrats and Republicans alike are pleased with it. They're glad to have someone from Wyoming with that kind of experience.
Senator Mike Garreau said he has a lot of questions about the current push to transfer or sell federal lands, excluding land in Montana, which has an exemption. He said Youngkin's direct knowledge of Wyoming and the West is an asset for everyone in the state. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I respond to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and protest against this normalization.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree. I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we may have to pause for a catastrophe. That's what we're going to call whenever I have to interrupt programming with the cat and its needs. And the cat's become a show in itself. This crazy cat. The cat. And hi Renee. Let's get Renee into here.
Morning.
Good morning. The cat is crying, so I might have to boot it while you talk about stuff.
What did you do to the cat that's making it cry?
He's just what he does. He's expressing himself. I don't know. He usually is just hungry. He wants food, but he's not good.
Well, feed the poor thing.
He had his food. He doesn't need to get bigger. He's fine. He doesn't know what he wants. He just
thinks he's hungry.
Yeah, he thinks a lot of things. He thinks he's hungry, thinks he needs to be out, thinks he needs to be in, thinks
he needs some vitamins.
Vitamins?
Yeah. Got a nutritional deficiency.
He's got a deficiency of some kind. Whatever vitamins give you brains, you might need some of them. No, I see what he is definitely doesn't know what he wants, but he's about ready to fall asleep, I think. Man, he is just a pain in the butt. Okay, let's get to more important topics, including every story today. And really, this week seems to be so wrapped up in these proposed land sale. The federal government is so in debt. We watch the national debt going into the trillions. I did watch the national debt counter on the internet. Have you ever seen that thing? And the numbers just keep spinning, and you're like, and the only way to get out of the debt maybe is to sell some land. Oh, man. I'm worried. People in Wyoming are worried. People across the West are worried. Look like we're going to be out here in the West, Wyoming. We're going to carry the burden of this land sale thing and whatever it is. Your story about the BLM, senior position with the Bureau of Land Management. I know this young lady, Brenda Yaukin. So,
okay. Yeah, I think she's well known across the state, Jake, and doing a little research on her in 2015, the Wyoming legislature tapped her to do a study on what would it mean if we were to transfer 25 million acres of land to Wyoming. So she has already done the in-depth study on Wyoming lands being transferred to Wyoming. She is a land expert. She has ranching roots, and she's a Wyoming voice that's going to be close to these discussions that will undoubtedly soon be happening about the sale of public lands. Of course, there is a huge outcry against it. I'm seeing it all over Facebook. People are not happy with this idea. They're afraid their favorite place is going to get basically ruined, maybe sold to some private interest. Imagine Vidavoo owned by, someone who won't let anybody hike there is kind of the way that conversation is going. I don't know that they have decided anything yet on which lands are for sale. I think that they just set a target amount to sell. I don't think they have identified specific properties. So, I mean, this is the right time to make your voice heard about no sales, don't sell this, don't sell that kind of thing. Wyoming does have a huge percentage of private lands. I looked it up though, but and we don't have the highest percentage. There are states that have even higher percentages of public land than we
Probably
do.
Nevada, right? Like Nevada's got a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember who had the most. I was kind of surprised that Wyoming wasn't further
Yeah.
up the list.
Wyoming's up there, Utah probably, but I bet Nevada's got they got Nevada has Area 51, all that BLM.
Yeah. I think that you're right. I think it is Nevada.
When am I ever wrong? Come on, Renee.
I haven't been keeping track, Jake.
But there are so many questions that people have, fear, concern, and it's a little bit reassuring to find Brenda Yaukin will at least be on the inside where the sausage is made. And as far as the BLM, she's this is right in her skill set, right in her wheelhouse. This is what she does, and I'm happy. She's a Wyomingite. Even though she was born in Nebraska, she's one of us. So
Nevada has 84.9% of its land is federal, according to 2013 statistics. I'm just doing a quick Google search here.
Yeah.
Utah has 64.9, Idaho 61.6, Alaska 61.2, Oregon 52.9, and then Wyoming 48.1. I was surprised that Wyoming was so far down the list. I honestly expected them to be higher on that list. California's 45.8, Arizona 38.6, Colorado 35.9, New Mexico 34.7, Montana is 29. I thought they would be higher.
Yeah.
Washington 28.5, Hawaii 20, South Dakota 5.4, and North Dakota 3.9.
Yeah, all those states west of the Mississippi, which is another concern. Why is the American West being asked to bail the government out of debt for the most part? That's a big question. Tom Lubnow has a very interesting opinion column asking all these questions that we have. We're worried, a lot of us in Wyoming, and we got questions. We don't want to see our favorite, fishing hole and hunting grounds fenced off, recently purchased by the Chinese Communist Party, or something like that. The Old Faithful bought by Russia and converted to, it's scary, the implications. How far is this going? But
but so I think, the thing is whether you're for or against selling any public lands, it's good at this point in time to have a Wyoming voice up there, like Senator Guru doesn't support these sale of lands. As far as I could tell from what he was saying, he didn't support that. But as he said, I might not agree with everything, but it's good to have a Wyoming person up there, someone who knows our state, someone who knows, what lands might be appropriate for sale and what lands might not be. She knows Wyoming very well. She's done a lot of work across the state, and she is a huge expert in environmental law and federal land regulations. So I think at this juncture, with this type of conversation happening, whether you agree with the type of conversation happening or not, it's good to have her voice up there.
Definitely, because she is the smarter half of Y2 Consultants. Her husband, Zia Yazrobi, would admit that in any forum. She is she's the brains of the operation. She is a smart lady. Let's talk about some privately owned land. How about that 1 mile horse track we're all excited about? There's been some delays. 2 reasons. The track is a long way from any kind of electricity, and we've had a wet spring. What's going on with the racetrack?
Yeah, so, they were planning to have races this year, Jake. And as you know, with any big, huge development like this, you're not only planning the building part of it, but you're planning a certain amount of cash flow to go along with it. But in order for that cash to flow, you need power to also flow to the site. And that's not likely to happen this year. So there's not likely to be any races this year. That's put a few things on hold, pending the outcome of can we get a permit extension? They're meeting with the Wyoming Gaming Commission, my understanding is today, to find out if that can happen. So, if they get a permit extension, they'll go ahead and pull the trigger on some things. But otherwise, they may have to kind of wait on some of this until they can get their power and get a new schedule for racing.
You talked with Will Edwards, Thunder Plain Parks co-owner, and even though there's some delays and maybe an urgency to get going, they're not cutting corners because they've hired a very demanding guy. Who's this guy he's done racetracks in Dubai? He's like the racing guru, and he's going to make sure things are done right as far as the track and the footing and stuff like that. Dennis Moore.
Yeah, the way Will put it to me is like the good news is we've hired this leading expert on track surfacing in the world, Dennis Moore, and he's done tracks in Dubai and everywhere else. The bad news is we've hired this guy, Dennis Moore, and he's so exacting,
Yeah.
and he's not gonna let you cut any corners because his name is associated with the project. And so they have imported sand to get the exact right characteristics, the best characteristics for the surface. They're mixing the sand. They're looking for certain, characteristics in that sand. They're testing that all along the way to make sure that the mix is just right. That's going to be used to surface the track. It's pretty hard, though, to screen sand when it's wet. So when it gets wet, it just clogs up the screener, clumps, it's not going to sift the right way. So all this rain right now is really hampering their operation. Of course, the farmers need it. We'll never complain about rain in Wyoming, but it's an inopportune time as far as surfacing the track goes. And, when summer hits, you're on this ticking clock. You got to move fast while the weather allows. So it's a kind of a stressful project, I think. They've already put $7 million into this. The track itself is largely built. It's graded. It's laid out. I drove on it yesterday. It looks really good. It's really big. It's going to be a neat place in east of Cheyenne, but it's not going to have races this year.
You drove on it, huh? What was your time in the mile, by the way? Did you?
Well, I didn't drive, but I was in the car that was driving on it. And we drove very slowly, of course. We didn't want to up the track or anything.
I bet the slowest thoroughbred that's going to run on that in a year is probably put a faster time in than you did.
Probably. But hey, I was the first member of the public to ride on it.
Yeah, there's a piece of trivia. That's pretty cool.
Not on a horse, but something that had horsepower.
That's right. Let's go to one more piece of land, also privately owned. These parcels in Jackson. Mogul Capital has some big plans for a big hotel plus hotel, restaurant, bar, like the whole deal. What they originally had planned was massive. What they got approved through the Jackson Town Council remains pretty massive. This is the biggest project in a city that has approved some big projects. Holy cow. This is right in my backyard, so I know all about it. And you got this story exactly right, Renee.
Well, thanks. Well, so yeah, Mogul Capital is really hung in there, I think. Kudos to them for that. I mean, they could have packed up their Tonka toys and gone home after they were denied their mega hotel, 366,000 square feet. They have pared that down. They've taken about a third of it off. They instead of one big massive building, it's going to be 5 separate buildings. It's still going to be really big. It's going to be Jackson's biggest, but it's not going to be mega hotel big like it was. That 360,000 square feet is like twice the size of Wyoming's Capitol building. It's 4 times the size of Jackson's Target. So that gives you, kind of a sense of how big that really was. Um, it was approved by the sketch plan was approved by the town council on a vote of 4-1. That doesn't mean this project has necessarily, got the green light. It's got the green light for now. They're got the go ahead to, develop a detailed development plan. They're still going to have to earn the council's approval. There were lots of questions about different things, and 3 new conditions in addition to, I think there were like 14, 15 conditions already. 3 more added. One of them, the mayor said he wants to see more mixed uses at the ground level, not enough mixed uses. And he said he's not going to take parking as an excuse for not having that mixed use. So he's kind of letting them know ahead of time that they will lose his vote if they don't address that condition. And I think there were questions about, the affordable housing units at the Loop. Are those really affordable housing units when they're 3,000 square feet? That's pretty big unit. And they were originally planned to be luxury apartments. They're still being advertised as luxury apartments. So there were some questions about that. But that project's already approved and the parameters of the apartments aren't going to change at this point. So they went ahead and approved that because they do get more affordable housing units in Jackson. But there were a lot of questions about it. And there were also big questions about the benzene plume that's underneath that property. And the lone no vote cast by Councilman Jonathan Schechter was over that benzene plume. He sees this as an opportunity to get rid of that. He wants to see, that be part of the plan here rather than just leaving it in place and building on top of it.
Yeah, I heard that quote, and I mean, me personally, I like Jonathan Schechter, but the reason to be a no vote is to kind of pump the brakes on development in Jackson and be careful with growing, out of control. It's looking forward, and what is this going to make us look like in 20 years? Not looking backwards about an old gas station spill underground. The benzene plume is sometimes used as some bauble to get your eye off the prize. I don't know if that's the concern, Jonathan. I think the big concern is this is a massive hotel going in. Yet another one into Jackson. But anyway, the mayor did mention the look of it as well. A lot of reasons to scrutinize and look at this thing carefully. Design Review Committee talked about the heroic look of it. Like it looked, I guess, too much like a castle or, and the mayor said, yeah, I'm concerned about the heroic aspect of it. I'm not sure what that is in architecture.
I don't know. I think it's a grand vision maybe, and they're not sure about it. But what is there now? There's a vacant lot, there's a filling station, there's some mom and pop shops. That vacant lot, I mean, I think you could see that as an eyesore. It will no longer be an eyesore. It will be, a vibrant development. So
yeah,
I think you could look at it that way. As far as the benzene plume, I do think concerns about that are legitimate, Jake. That can get into the groundwater and then the whole town has a problem. So I don't think that is something to minimize. It does need to be correctly addressed. If Wyoming DEQ is satisfied to leave it in place, I'm assuming they must have some control measures there to keep it from migrating. But, things like that can fail too. So I understand where Jonathan's coming from in wanting to let's just take that out of there and get rid of it. Let's not have it there.
Right.
I understand where he's coming from on that as a chemist.
Right. But I'm wondering who bears the responsibility of that? The next guy to develop, or rather than the ones who caused it, rather than development that's already in place? Who bears the...
Traditionally, what's happened is everyone who owns the property is responsible. So it's the whole chain of ownership, whoever you can get to pay for it, basically, that isn't the government.
Good point, Renee. Okay.
That's how it's worked traditionally.
Yeah.
So if you buy the property, you own the problem.
Good point. Excellent stories, Renee. Always something there meaty to chew on. There's been a lot of news in the news. Holy cow. Who would have thought it? Thanks for being on.
I call that job security.
Thanks for being on. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
All right. You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show with the Ask Abby segment, which is way behind. We're running way late, and I know...
Way late. I know. My computer's going to die.
Uh-oh. My mom can't be the only one who's upset that we're late to this. Your dad's probably mad.
Yeah. probably.
Yeah, sorry. Really? You're running low on battery? Is that... What does it say? How low? Is it red?
It's red, man.
Oh.
We're in the red.
Why
10%.
Plug in. You're never going to make it.
Oh, gosh. Well, all right. We'll have to change venue. Let's get going. Let's get going on this. Abby on the move.
All right, Abby, just run the show here. Let's get going. Let's get right to trivia. Oh, Abby is moving. She's going to go plug in.
I locked out.
Well, I don't want to lose you, like right in the middle of, you know.
It's what we'll just have to pray about it.
Okay. Whatever happens, happens. It was meant to be. Today's trivia, by the way, is board games. Games. Just picked randomly. So I hope you're ready for it.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready with the buzzer. I mean, the magic wand.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Now I got to need the buzzer. Board games. Some of these may predate you. I don't know, you know, how much board games you do, but what's the name of the board game we're looking for where you zoom through the ups and downs of life with tiny toy cars?
Life. Is it just life?
Whoa, it is just life. How about the mystery game?
1 for 1.
You're 1 for 1. The mystery game that lets you brandish weapons.
Clue.
Wow. Go get Abby and put her on, will you please? I don't know who you are. Holy cow. All right, how about what is the Sweet as Sugar racing board game that features a sugar...
Candy Land.
3 for 3. Something. I think pigs are flying. Hell froze over. The upside down world.
Fire.
Okay. In which doodling board game do you sketch away while your team tries to decode your artistic masterpieces?
Pictionary.
Wow.
Everyone is not impressed because these are easy.
Well, we're starting easy, given our contestant. What strategic board game has you plotting and firing torpedoes at your opponent's sneaky warship?
Battleship.
Why, you are on
this
some...
is so great for my confidence.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do.
I hope Jimmy and Greg are watching.
You are flying through this stuff.
Oh, Jake, there's a moose in the backyard.
Let's see him. Put him on. Put him on, and I'll put my cat on. Cat against moose.
I don't know if you'll be able to see him. He's laying down right now. If he gets up, I'll turn around.
All right. Wow, that's cool. So
He's
must be...
He's laying and eating.
You got to be in Pinedale. You're not in Casper.
I am in Pinedale.
Aha!
Aha!
I thought you were supposed to inform me when you're in Pinedale, because that's my backyard.
This is me informing you.
Okay.
That was a clue. That was a clue you caught on.
The moose, I knew he wasn't in Casper. There ain't no mooses in Casper.
There has been moose in Casper. Actually, one of my friends was fishing. He was guiding, and he saw a moose in the river. So it has happened, but it's not very common.
Which board game involves purchasing real estate?
Monopoly.
Correct. Okay, we're going to start getting harder now because you're obviously, you're doing too good. In the aforementioned Monopoly, what color are the houses?
Red. Blue.
Wow.
Yellow.
Have you played Monopoly?
Green? Ugh, that was hard.
Yeah. The hotels are...
Red?
Yeah. You've played Monopoly, right?
Yeah, 100 years ago.
Oh, well, I'm going to ask some more Monopoly questions then, because I found the chink in
Great.
your armor. Yeah.
You did.
Now I found your weak spot. How much money do you collect when you pass go
No, shoot. I
in
have
Monopoly?
no idea.
Are you? This is universal knowledge.
It is
Everybody knows.
$10. I don't know.
$10, cheapo. Maybe in Casper.
I probably never made it around the board as a kid.
You really? This is stuff
Came in hot, and now
we're crashing. You're on fumes here, like your laptop. Man,
yeah,
$200 would be what we're looking for.
200 to pass go.
Yeah, everybody knows this.
Yeah.
This is stuff you don't even have to look at the box to see the rules. You know this.
Really? Dang it.
Let's
Sorry, I'm letting you
go.
down. Okay.
Let's go to the chessboard. Do you play chess? Do you know how to play chess?
No, I don't.
Oh boy, this is going to be difficult for you. Which piece can move only diagonally?
What's it start with?
B.
I don't. Oh, it's two moose.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Okay. Brooks.
Rooks.
Not even.
No, they move.
That's not even a. Is that even a piece?
A rook is a piece. Unless you use a different vocabulary than I do. It doesn't begin with B though.
I thought it was Brooks. I put a B in there. Oh, that is really bad. Ugh, Jimmy's gonna yell at me.
It would be the bishop moves diagonally.
Bishop. Okay. So there's bishops, rooks, knights,
pawns, of which you and I are just pawns in the chess game of life. All right.
That's true.
Here's an easy, even if you don't know chess, which color goes first in chess, black or white?
White.
Okay, very good. We're back on the win streak. This is good.
Lucky guess.
Really? You just threw it out there? Well, at least you admit it. Bonus points for you admitting that you just, took a stab. I like that. That's bold, Abby. Okay. How about Scrabble? Do you play Scrabble? Have you played?
I have played Scrabble, yes.
Okay.
And remember when Words with Friends? I was really into Words with Friends on the app.
I do remember
on
that.
Your phone. So I got pretty good.
All right. So you're good with words. You're good with the whole Scrabble thing. Good. How many triple word score hotspots are sprinkled across the board? It's always good to be on the triple word one. How many are there?
3?
No.
5?
Getting there.
More than 5? 8.
Correct.
Ah, nice. I got it in 3 guesses.
Yeah, that's which is very good. All right, how about this one? In Scrabble, how many exclusive letters are there? Meaning there's only one tile for this letter. You know, there's lots of A's, there's lots of whatever, S's.
Z?
How many? Z's one of them, but how many total have only one tile?
Oh.
How many letters?
3.
Close.
Z, X.
There's a
U? No, wouldn't be U.
Let's just say you could count it on one hand. How many have just one tile?
Okay, 4.
You could count it on one entire hand. You have a different way of spelling. You have different hands than most of us.
I didn't catch.
You're just different, Abby. I
didn't catch you say. I meant like greater than or less than.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have your excuses.
I know.
Trivial Pursuit. How many categories are in Trivial Pursuit? The original OG game. How many?
This is a silly question to ask me.
It is?
Trivial. A trivia question on trivia.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe 5?
Close enough. 6, yeah. Because
Okay.
there's 6 pies in your pie. There's 6 pie slices, right?
Oh, okay.
In your pie.
Okay.
Okay. You're doing good. You're back in it. You're back on it.
Thank you.
Okay. Why did he? No, I don't understand that question. Maybe I should have pre-read some of these, but I didn't have time. Today I've been 5 minutes behind all day.
Well, it's sometimes life be like that, you know.
I know. And I'm contemplating drinking Red Bull today. Jen said,
"Oh,
don't."
Yeah, don't do that.
Really? Jen said, absolutely don't. Jackie said, you shouldn't. And you say,
No.
no? Red Bull
No,
bad?
Red Bull. Yeah, let's not drink Red Bull.
Okay.
If you need some energy, go for a walk.
That seems to deplete me. I don't know.
No.
I don't know if
Jake.
that'll work. Wrong answer.
You can't just buzzer me.
Yes. I want permission
We're having
to
a
drink Red
conversation.
Bull.
I'm not going to give you that permission.
You're not going to empower me, huh? You're not going to enable me.
Unless Red Bull wants to sponsor the Ask Abby segment.
I've already mentioned them way many times today. They ought to send a big fat check over here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all the...
That's what you got?
Yeah. I mean, you did really good.
We can end on a high note. I like it.
Yeah, you did really good in the game. Question. Ooh, somebody is texting in. How's Abby doing? How's Abby doing? There's
Jimmy. Is that Jimmy?
I can't say who it is. Or I won't say. How's Abby doing? Do you care to answer that question? And there is a right or wrong. I'm ready with the buzzer. How's Abby doing today?
Amazing.
Okay, of course. How long are you going to be in Pinedale? Because I don't really have time to get down there, but I would love to.
I'll be here for a couple weeks, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So if you need to, get some 4-wheeler repairs or, cat supplies.
I just picked up the 4-wheeler at Buc-ee's. They did a great job.
Way to go, Buc-ee's.
Yeah, I don't have any urgent need to go to Pinedale other than you, but that might be enough. We'll see if I can.
You don't want to come for the Cody Roberts days?
Cody Roberts days. That came
Did you
and
see
went.
that sign they put up?
I saw that.
It already happened? I missed it.
It already happened last weekend. I mean, that's a top shelf troll right there. Cody Roberts Day sign in Daniel.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand that aren't from here. They picture like the whole city of Daniel coming out for this showdown between Daniel's not anything. Daniel's just the Green River Bar, and then a mile down the road, the gas station, and then a whole bunch of ranchers.
Yeah, but it's lovely. You can't say
I'm
it's not
saying
anything.
No, I'm not saying it's not lovely, but there is no central point. It's not like people are going to, come out of the front door, watering the lawn saying, oh, there's the protest. There is no physical Daniel. It doesn't exist.
Sure.
It's a junction.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's theoretical. Nobody says they're from Daniel. You just say you're from Sublette County, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. My other thing today, I was going to, because you're a fisherman, apparently fish do feel pain when they're out of the water, like excruciating pain. Did you hear this?
I am not hearing that.
Trying not to hear that. Fish, they did studies. They studied the rainbow trout, for instance, and when that fish is out of water, beginning as quick as 5 seconds, it begins experiencing intense pain as it struggles to breathe. The flopping around is not because it's having fun. It is in tremendous pain as it asphyxiates. And
man, good thing I don't catch any fish when I fish.
Okay, you're just
Jake, that's sad. I don't want to know that.
I know, I didn't either. When I read it too, I was like, oh, well, now I'm not going fishing today.
Jeez.
I felt the same way when I read that. Okay, forget that ever happened.
Okay.
Forget
All
it.
right.
It didn't happen. All right. Well, I don't have any more questions for you. I'm going to have a good trivia. I can give you choices next week of like categories you want.
Okay.
Would that be good?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. I'm going to shine. I'm going to shine like a star.
Yeah. If you pick the category, that raises the bar. You got to do better. Like, we're expecting more. Okay, good.
Okay.
All right. I like all that. I'm going to try to get down to Pinedale because we got to hang out.
All right. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You have a wonderful day. Thanks, Abby.
Bye.
That's Abby on the Ask Abby segment of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Always fun, always entertaining, and rarely informative. The Ask Abby segment. Let's take a quick break here and head for the home stretch.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero. on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday, Juneteenth. Couple of stories we're still trying to get to. David Madison writing the Cowboy State Daily. Despite federal cuts, the Gillette carbon capture project is not necessarily dead. And I've seen other news agencies report that it is dead, that the $50 million grant supporting the carbon capture taken away. Department of Energy scrapped that $50 million earmarked for this carbon capture thing. President Trump and others believe carbon capture, not the future of America or Wyoming. $50 million vanished just like that. And part of the DOGE cuts. Was that the death knell for Gillette's Dry Fork Station power plant carbon capture thing? Not necessarily. Hold on. The CO2 capture project. Catherine Zimmerman, she's the decarbonization director for the Americas at Wood, which provides operation services at the Wyoming Integrated Test Center, where the canceled project was slated to operate. Zimmerman said it doesn't kill it. It certainly doesn't help, but it doesn't kill it, meaning the $50 million grant that was taken away by the Department of Energy at the behest of POTUS. And it just means, according to Zimmerman and others, that money is going to have to be found in the private sector. But still, there are hopes that carbon capture, at least this project around Gillette, could happen. David Madison has that story. Claire McFarland's story about the U.S. Supreme Court upholding a child sex change ban similar to Wyoming's. The one Wyoming has been looking at. Wyoming's fashioned its child sex ban, the sex change for minors. Wyoming is proposing to ban any minor from getting a sex change, even if your parents are all for it, even if the minor is all for it. You're not of age to be able to understand the implications of something like that. If you want to have a sex change, a gender change, that has to happen when you're an adult. That's what Wyoming says. That's what Tennessee has said. Wyoming fashioned its ban on Tennessee's ban. So Wyoming's been very closely watching what happens with Tennessee's ban with the U.S. Supreme Court. And it's probably, I guess, good news for Wyoming lawmakers. U.S. Supreme Court on Wednesday upheld Tennessee's ban on medical treatments related to gender changes for kids. This smooths the way for Wyoming and its similar ban to survive in federal court. But it's still unclear how the ban in Wyoming would fare in state court. The story from Claire McFarland talking about the 6-3 ruling on Wednesday in the case of U.S. versus Scarametti. The Supreme Court upheld Tennessee's ban on gender change treatments for minors. And that would probably mean good news for folks in Wyoming looking to see that ban pass. State Representative Rachel Rodriguez Williams of Cody, she chairs the Freedom Caucus. She said it's good news. Rodriguez Williams said, it's a great opinion from the Supreme Court, and I think we can and we should go further to protect children and families. That's a quote from Freedom Caucus leader. Meanwhile, not good news for everyone. State Rep Ken Chestick, Democrat out of Laramie, expressed horror at the U.S. Supreme Court decision. Chestick said, gender dysphoria is a real thing. I know a lot of conservatives think it's all made up. It's hooey, but it's not. Real people suffer from gender dysphoria. And it should be, Chestick said, should be up to the parent and the kid and their medical professionals to decide what's the best mode of treatment. Interesting story, interesting implications of the U.S. Supreme Court decision. Claire McFarland has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. I think we ought to rodeo. Let's do that real quick. Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm trying to see if I'm ready for it. I think I'm ready for it. Yeah, let's drop in with Will Rasmussen.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Today, two-time PRCA Announcer of the Year, Anthony Lucia, shares more about his travels with his award-winning dad, who was one of the great contract acts in all of professional rodeo. He had two acts, Whiplash the Cowboy Monkey and a horse act. Anthony talks about his dad's horse act on the Roadshow next.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the golden-ripe fields. Hi, this is Justine Paxton, a fourth-generation farmer from Basin, Wyoming. Bill Coors coined the phrase, barley is to beer as grapes are to wine, and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best-yielding varieties available. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors, a company known for always supporting farmers in rural America.
That was going to be put down as a yearling because his dad was a famous stud, and the people who owned him saw my dad, and my dad was blessed to have two of these animals with very similar stories, and it wasn't a made-up story, it was a real story. And before the people put this horse down, they called Dad because they knew he was an animal guy, and they're like, would you have a use for a swayback colt? Sure. And then, of course, my dad is an unbelievable animal trainer and trained him, and then was able to inspire a lot of people because a lot of swayback horses are chalked up as no good and sent to the kill plant, but Dad gave him a purpose, and through his training and through his performance and through his story, was one of the, in my opinion, one of the best acts to ever go down the road.
Anthony Lucia's dad, Tommy Lucia, won Entertainer of the Year in professional rodeo. He passed away 10 years ago, and we lost a great one, and I lost a great friend. Two-time Announcer of the Year, Anthony Lucia on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network. And that's going to wrap it up for us for a Thursday. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, right here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Y'all have a great day.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.